What's up? Hello. Oh, I hope that the on-screen chat is working. It's probably not. And there are reasons for that. We're also not on Twitch, and there are reasons for that. It has been an interesting last few days. And by that, I mean I was trying to record thing. There we go, we're back. I was trying to record things for the break. And my computer kept crashing. So let's just get this out of here. Who cares? And my computer kept crashing, and that obviously wasn't good. So I reset it, and the reset didn't cause more problems, but caused, frankly, almost as many. So that's been fun. It's honestly not been too bad. It's just been annoying more than anything else. And so a lot of things on stream are simultaneously like some of it is going to be broken. But I also I'm good, John. I'm good. I'm just fine. But things on stream are going to simultaneously be broken, but also I made a lot of, I think, really good improvements. As G. Hercup noted, we're in 1080p. Also, I'm realizing that I'm doing a fractal all the way out. I gotta get actual chat up. Why? Oh, of course that's not working. Why would it? I know that I already have a copy of streamer.bot running from this folder. What the fuck? There we go. The chat is there. It's not populating. Why would it? Oh, this has been the last little bit. But like I said, I got some cool stuff. We did eventually figure out the recording setup, so there is some fun recorded content in the works that is going to come out over the break. As well as here, let me just switch to the other screen. Oh my god, it instantly worked. I'm shocked. I'm shocked and shaken and stirred. Look at that chicken. Let's see. But if I bring up the YouTube, John, if you want to try this, feel free. Oh, the chat. I'm not seeing anyone's chat messages because for some reason Twitch is the only thing loading into the chat. Who knows why? Oh my god. Oh, and my computer's not letting me put this onto the other screen. Why would it? No, it's just there we go. Finally got it. No tech issues. Yeah. No tech issues. No. Absolutely not. Short episode, big episode. I think it's gonna be. I mean, in terms of literal length, it's a shorter episode. But I also that's another thing. I originally said in the Discord just a few minutes ago, even that this was probably going to be a full ep. And then I actually thought about it. And I actually did my pre-stream calculations. And it's like, oh, this is going to be low speed up. I almost guarantee there's no combat. And I'm going to want to talk about a lot of it. So I actually think, and on top of all of that, I don't know if you can tell that my voice is slightly off. I have a big ass canker sore over here. And I originally thought that I was going to be leaving for Kansas after next Sunday, so I thought I'd be able to stream next Sunday. I cannot. I will be leaving before then. So Wednesday will be the last critical eyes before the break. So what I'm probably going to do in that case, especially because this is the last of the Browns, feels only fitting, that I will do half of it today, half of it on Wednesday. So that's the plan. Now, can I get freaking streamer.bot chat? Why is YouTube disconnected? Why is it disconnected? What the hell? Okay. Oh, for sure. Okay. I guess it just disconnected itself. Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it? And we're back. Hopefully. So that means that it didn't do any of the normal YouTube setup then, doesn't it? How interesting. Hey, but I'm getting the chat now. Let's go. Brittany lie. All right. Let's say that was one Scaling didn't make any sexual jokes or references. I'm sure it is. I'm sure that's the only possible situation. Forgive me while I very quickly did totally ignore me. I'm not. Let's see. Hide chat message. There we go. No, sorry. I'm not. I just realized what that sounds like. I am not hiding anyone's. I'm setting up the quick actions that apparently got wiped. So that's great. Test. Save. Okay, and then add another one. And that one's going to be hide. And blah, blah, blah. Save arguments. And now, if I go back to boop. Well, it ran. Okay. Half up, even though first half is just hour 14. Yeah. Because even with that, the stream's probably still going to be like 4 hours. And even if I did the full thing, there's no, I really, the really like underlying thing is that I do not want to end, and I don't want to go into the break with half an ep, and I also want to do it next Wednesday. So next Wednesday basically either has to be a whole ep, which I don't think I can guarantee, or it has to be the second half of this. So I'm just erring on the side of caution there. Let's see. And the highlighting the chat messages also isn't working. We're just going to do a little bit. Why isn't it working? Yeah. It's using the default connection, which it should. Test. Nope. All right. Is it not in here for some reason? Wait, it's just not in. Wait, yes, it is. What the fuck? I wanted to go live so bad today. Is it even back? Is it even back? Am I back? I know I look weird. It's alive. Cool. That's awesome. We're currently stuck on the recording setup. This is the recording setup, by the way. Don't know why we're stuck here. And the craziest thing is, I reset all of this. I did like a full factory fucking refresh, and I was being so like meticulous and careful about it to solve like not a minor inconvenience, a pretty large inconvenience with how the recordings got saved on the back end. And it just fucked up so much more. It fucked up so much more. I know it's square. Okay. I'm gonna stop streaming again. We're gonna see if I can fucking switch it again. I'm gonna try. Be back in a sec. This time on. Sure, man, whatever. Apparently, I don't know. Apparently everything's wrong. I don't even know where to begin. But hey, now look at that. Whoa. Ooh, the highlight chats are working. Hooray. Oh man, this is a throwback for longtime followers of the channel. They haven't seen this beautiful monstrosity of technical issues in a long time. It lives. Hello. Woo! Oh, and it's so hard because I was coming in fucking ready. I was coming in ready to be so excited. I was gonna be like, hey guys, I made so many cool improvements. Like, look at this right now. Hey, what playback speed do you guys want? You want a quick 1.55? What? Oh, what's it doing? No hands. Oh. Hey, you want John to be able to set it with a mod message? Oh, exclamation point, set playback speed 1.1. Bing bang bong. Hey. Actually some cool shit. But yeah, I don't know. Everything else is in the toilet. Also, I made some changes to the character count stuff. They're only kind of working. They are working. Oh, hey, there we go. Let's go. That worked. That is going to be disorienting, is the program just grabbing my mouse, but it'll still work. I need to, for some reason, it's not updating the right like actual like spoken utilities, which is awesome. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, hey, wait, that actually kind of worked. I mean, it obviously didn't, but sort of. Wait. Test. Hey, there we go. That's working. We're building it back up. Should I even try to get the on-screen chat working? Is it even worth it? Very questionable. I'll just put that out there. Very questionable on how worth it might be. I'm gonna try it. Like, I'm gonna give it like 1. I'm gonna give it like 1 ounce of my time, and we're going to see if I can get, because I'd really like to have on-screen chat. I like on-screen chat a lot. And I also tried to test all of this off stream, and that generated even more issues. And I was eventually just like, man, this just isn't gonna work. So I need to just not even try. Where did, streamer.mod. You've given me so much. I'm so thankful. Let's see. Where are the web servers? That should all be correct. Oh, it's just not running. Of course it's not. Why would it be? Let's see. So now if I refresh that and then we test. Nope. No. Of course not. That would never work. It should look like that. Yeah. That is what it looks like. Interesting. Is that the right port? It is. How are you guys doing? How's your day been? I'm doing great. I'm doing absolutely lovely. No, I actually am truly not doing that bad. It's just been a lot of stuff, you know, a lot of stuff going on. So let's just try this. Let's see, properties, a boop and a boop and a boop. No. Your entire family is sick with something viral? No! Hey! There it is! Woo! Let's go! Let's go! Should we load in episode 68 and test the playback? Sure! Yeah, fuck it. Let's do it. Oh, well, not this part. Let's go back to a happier point. Let's do it. I've had a weird day too, so basically the whole day due to a cold. Luckily woke up. Oh, man. It's some shit's going on. I don't even know what's happening. Halfway through Ep 70 is a great stopping point. Really? Okay. Maybe we'll see how this goes then. So maybe if halfway through Ep 70, because I think John also said that earlier. So maybe halfway through Ep 70, we'll see. Okay. Play it on the faster speed? For sure. Let's see. So I'll set it to 1.8. And then we'll play.
You have your wings out still. You guys have flown about, and you've seen what appears to be the remnants of some sort of a small campsite with a faint ember still burning and giving off a hint of smoke, but it's been a while since it has been utilized.
We said like 5 hours is what I...
About 5 hours. I think you just got there and kind of checked it right now. We'll get into the more specifics of that here in a moment. So we have currently, if I recall, Grog is an eagle, and Scanlan, and who else is in the center of the beach area between the...
Hell yeah, it worked. Woo! I was worried it wouldn't. I was, the way the shit's been going, I was really worried that wouldn't work. I also, how much of a delay was that? Oh shit, from actually like seeing it in chat? I don't know. It's hard to tell. Hard to tell from my perspective how much of a delay, because the moment it came in on my end, it like happened. But I don't know how long the delay is between like one of your chats and actually on there. So here, I'll play it again. I'll play it again, and we'll do it. You can set it. Also, you can set it to whatever you want. It doesn't just have to be 1.1. You can do it to any speed as long as it's a increment of 0.05. But honestly, you can put in whatever you want. It'll just it'll round up or down, basically. Time it.
The actual shoreline and the jungle.
So I'll say when it comes in on my end.
Beach.
I was also on the beach. I thought we were en route when we ended.
We
ended up.
We had
just gotten
landed.
there. Just got
Yes,
there.
it just gotten there.
We're halfway. There's the accent.
Yeah. So we have kind of in between the shoreline and the tree line, the
0,
mostly dead
1,
petrified
2,
trees,
3,
gray, and in the distance, we have the two of you.
So it's about a 3-second delay between like me seeing the chat on my like end of the client and the program actually running through and doing all of its actions. So yeah, I do wonder if it'll do weird things if you're actively typing when it takes control. It's basically, yeah, so it manually, it does, that could be issues. Thankfully, it does give me a little bit of a warning. Was 13 seconds on my end. Because of the delay. That makes sense. Yeah, there's just an extreme internet delay. 10 seconds I'm actually pretty impressed with that. for the round trip delay. Yeah. Right? It's not round trip, just one way. Either way. Yeah, it's pretty good, all things considered. It's probably an extra second here. Yeah. Interesting. Still cool. I'm psyched about it. I'm super, super psyched. And it's like, now it's just a question of like, the tool exists. How do we use it? How do we like figure out the timings and everything? And I might end up putting like a warning on my screen to stop typing like while it's happening, because then I might accidentally hit like hotkeys and such. So yeah. So I'm psyched. G-Hercub's in the Minecraft zone. But yeah, it's been good. I'm trying to think of anything else. Oh, I redid the talking budget calculation. Kind of. Sort of. Not actually, but also very
Hello,
much.
everyone, and welcome.
I made ads are incoming. What? Ads shouldn't be incoming. No. Stop it. Fuck you. No. Kill it. No. Pending actions. Stop it. What? What's happening? Okay, I set up. No. I set up an action that would also run manual ads so that I didn't have to have the automatic ads where it like, interrupts you guys. But it's not. Oh no. It's running too early. Why? No. Pause. Do I have it to run even if the queue is paused? Okay, I don't. I don't have it on always run. Taking your break screen had no music? What? Oh, everything's wrong. Why did the taking the break screen have no music? Oh my god. OBS is rebelling. Well, okay. Ideally, even though that just happened, it should now wait an extra, hour. So we shouldn't get that again for another hour. Everything's going wrong. I could hear it, but then it faded. Oh my god, dude. Well, we're just going to try to push through. Honestly, Crazy Smith. We're gonna see. We'll either end up doing the full, EP69, because it sounds like halfway through 70 is good stopping, or we might end up doing just half of this and then finishing 69 on Wednesday. And hell, maybe we'll end up doing 69 and 70 on Wednesday if we have the time. Because maybe by then I'll have some of these issues a little bit more ironed out. I won't have the giant canker sore. We'll see. We'll. I think we'll just have to be a little bit flexible. I'm gonna go a little bit off script. Half to mostly because of the technical issues at this point. But I'm keeping positive because these are all system issues which are so much easier to troubleshoot. Even though I'm going crazy right now, these are so much easier to troubleshoot than all of the internet issues. Massively easier to troubleshoot. So I am excited by the improvements in the automated actions and the mod actions. I redid the character budget calculation to where now it calculates it only runs the decrement where like the talking budget lowers while I'm silent, only during periods of silence, which will honestly make the entire thing easier to calculate and actually be a little bit better at encouraging periods of silence. It's not going to be like passively lowering. It also gives me more flexibility. It's a whole thing. So I think we're good in terms of housekeeping. I'm optimistic. In terms of Critical Role, I want to talk about character death. It's something that I've thought a lot about, but actually, I want to put it out there well ahead of time. I have very limited experience with. Very limited experience with. Very like it's almost happened once, and that really defined my view on it. And then it's happened in other things that I've been involved in, but never when I was GMing. And I think it sounds so easy, and it is in my head. It's actually very simple. Is that character death just has to be narratively satisfying. And that doesn't mean the character narrative necessarily. It can. It absolutely can. But it's also the overarching narrative that you guys are developing and telling through these stories and through these games. And a lot of that, I think, has to do with expectations set up in session 0. The entire... I'm going to switch back to just chatting. I just realized I'm in here. It has to do with the tone of the campaign, because like I think a lot of times when people talk about character death and it needing to be narratively satisfying or what have you, people get stuck in comparing like more sandbox, open, your character, you could encounter a dragon at any time, like comparing death in those to death in a more linear, like direct heroic fantasy type of story. And I actually think that both of those still need it to be narratively satisfying. It's just that what narratively satisfying is changes between those games. Like, if you go to a new town and sit down in a tavern and order a bowl of stew, and then the next day your character's in death saves because the bowl of stew gave you dysentery, and then you die from the bowl of stew. It wasn't poisoned by any villain. It was just normal dysentery. Somehow, I don't think that it matters if you're in a sandbox or a linear game. Either way, that death is going to feel like shit. That's not going to feel cool. And so there's all, and that's obviously a very, very hyperbolic example. Yeah, Oregon Trail in D&D 5e, yeah. It's a very hyperbolic example, but it, kind of shows that there is just a basic layer of satisfaction that needs to be there for a character death. It feels like shit. Yes. And I think in more, that more like sandbox experience of like, oh, you could go and like encounter a dragon at any time. I think a lot of satisfaction in those games is derived from an extreme degree of player autonomy and people feeling as though the world is more like grounded and real, getting that more kind of simulation type of sense, where they feel like, they can go anywhere on the hex map and counter anything, no matter what their level is. And I think that death in those games really derives from the player feeling as though they made a mistake. And that's what I focused on during the last, while we were watching all of this with Percy and Vox Machina. I think a lot in a more open game, or even in just like a more open arc or like a more open sequence, I think a lot of the potential satisfaction is them feeling like they took a risk, and that they had a lot of autonomy and choice, and they just chose wrong, and that's okay. And I think that is where you get into like the old D&D of like the meat grinder, right? That's what they used to call it. It used to come with like 2 or 3 extra characters. But even in that setting, I don't think they would have wanted their characters. I can't speak for it. I wasn't there. But I still think they wouldn't have wanted their characters dying in totally random ways. In those sort of situations, character death is a kind of a player punishment for like for failure. It's like you're playing a video game. You're playing a system where you are overcoming challenges, and if you fail to overcome it because you didn't make the right decisions, then your character might die. That in and of itself is a layer of satisfaction, because then when you do overcome the challenges and your characters don't die, that's incredibly satisfying. And the kind of corollary to that, to have that extreme satisfaction, there has to be real stakes. Your characters need to really be able to die, and that death becomes satisfying because of that. On the other side of things, in maybe a little bit more of a linear game or a more constrained story, I think it really is not necessarily dependent, but a lot of times it's based off of that character's story or the party's story. You get like heroic sacrifice type of motifs, where players or where characters die in ways that either exemplify the ways that they have grown or potentially hit on ways that they haven't been able to grow. I would really say that that's what, if Percy does die, obviously he could always get resurrected. But I mean, I shouldn't say that. Percy died. Regardless of if he gets resurrected, which, we know that there's a risk that he might not. Regardless of whether he gets resurrected, he died. And that death, I think, in this case, is satisfying, because I think that Percy, this entire sequence highlighted, I think, a lot of like Percy's, I'm trying to think of how to say it. It's not even necessarily flaws, but it's just history and personality. Like, this death only happened to Percy because he's Percy. And because Vox Machina are who they are. This wouldn't have happened to just anyone. Not just anyone would have gotten so tunnel visioned on the illusion of Ripley. Not everyone would have felt like they didn't even bring up the possibility of running away. And I think that's partially because I don't think Percy would have. And beyond all that, this is a personal villain from Percy's past that they chose to let go. They chose to let them continue running loose, even though Percy knew the dangers that this person represented. All of this is inherently tied. This entire situation that they're in, his entire death sequence, is resultant of Percy's character. And now these are a spectrum. right? This is not a binary. There is also a degree of autonomy in this, in that more like open world setting of like they made the wrong choices, they didn't investigate enough. But then there's also this deep character connection that Percy has to the circumstances of his death. Right? In the more like traditional meat grinder open world type of situation, you're probably not going to have a lot of personal connection to your death a lot of times. It's just going to come from trying to overcome very, very difficult challenges. Those challenges may or may not be related to you. It doesn't really matter. Whereas in more of a linear setting, it really matters that character death is very personally tied into you. And I think that this Percy death is a good blend of the two. And I think that how much of a blend that ends up being is going to be dependent on your campaign as a whole, things that you talk about in session 0, things that you determine across the entire story, as well as each individual player. I think that Vex, I think Grog, I think they would be very, very satisfied if their deaths were similar to this. But honestly, this is total speculation. But I think that like Sam Scanlon, I think would want it to be a little bit more challenge-oriented than personal, especially because his character doesn't have super deep backstory development. Obviously, he has Kaylee now, which is a huge development. But I think that as a player, it seems like I think Sam would prefer something a little bit more challenge-oriented. And that is a tough line to walk as a DM. But I think it is one to consider when presenting challenges to your players. Of what kind of campaign is this? What have I set up their expectations to be? And if I'm sending them into a difficult challenge that I know, because I'm the DM, I know ahead of time how difficult this is going to be. However I've set it up, if I've foreshadowed it, if I haven't, if it's related to something else, whatever. I know when they're going in how difficult this is going to be. And thinking about the possibility of death, who might die, and how satisfying that could or could not end up being. And like I said, it's a tough line to walk. I think that this one was done really well. I mean, I think that Percy dying to Ripley is perhaps one of the best ways he could have gone out. She is a representation of the bad Percy. She is a representation of the evil that he has put into the world. And it's a very, a little bit on the nose, but like on the nose, frankly, in a good way. Of a kind of live by the sword, die by the sword. Like, we knew from the Briarwoods that Percy had kind of consigned his life away already, and that everything beyond this is just gravy, So I think it was satisfying, especially given that the entire encounter leading up to it, I think, was one of the better, if not best, like encounter sequence. I think going out on that rather than some dysentery stew, going out on that note in one of the coolest, most complex, most, in my opinion, thought out encounters would have been really, is way cooler than going out some other way. So yeah. I think this was his finding out moment. A little bit, yeah. Characters can die in a lot of narratively satisfying ways. Yeah, it's all about trying to find and determine what is narrative satisfaction for your table. And that's important to try and uncover for a litany of reasons. And examining whether or not it was narratively satisfying for any particular person. Why do the wrong names keep showing up? I did not say that. Oh, wait, what? Oh, it's all topaz. It's all topaz all the way down. What the fuck? Why is it all topaz? What? I'll try to talk as I look at this. That was weird. Message content, source visibility, visible. Message username, right? Let me switch to studio. Yeah, it should be message username. It's not changing the name for some reason. And I don't know why. Message content. Wait, what? Why is it? What? Okay. It's the invasion of the topazes. Okay, fixed. That was strange. I don't know why. I mean, I do know why that was happening, but that was strange. But yeah, I think that finding out what is narratively satisfying for your players is a consistent priority, and it's not something that's easy. It's something that's something that can change over the course of a campaign. And it's important to try and suss that out, not just for character death, but also for rewards, for the types of stories that you tell, for how linear or open you make things. All of those kinds of decisions, I think, do largely boil down to what is satisfying to your players. And it's going to be different for each of them. It's going to change. And so, unfortunately, but also fortunately, like this is a symptom of how amazing D&D is. That unfortunately, sometimes you just have to guess. You know? Sometimes as a DM, you just have to guess at what is going to be satisfying for your players and take it from there. And that sounds bad, but it's just a symptom of it being as incredible and as open and as multifaceted as it is. Yeah. I purposely did not get connected to the characters. Fun, but very different feeling. Yeah, and I think that there can be an amount of like what is satisfying. Like in that sense, it sounds like to me, I don't want to put words in your mouth, that characters dying to random things in the meat grinder game reinforced the overall tone. That was part of the satisfaction, in that your characters dying in the ways that they did reinforced the entire tone of this thing. And as long as the tone is you are going to die from everything all the time, then that's cool. Yeah, narratively delicious. Not only because catharsis is deeply personal, but also it varies for the same person. Absolutely. Yeah. I agree. French dysentery soup without us. Precisely. The invasion of the topazes. Oh no. I only have one follower. You're all the same person this whole time. Yeah, and the audience to some degree. So, as much as Matt tried to ignore them often. Yeah, I mean, we can genericize this by saying, find out what's narratively satisfying to your audience, with the implication that players are the audience, and also the DM is the audience. Anyone who is observing the game is the audience. They are intaking the story in their own personal way. And you have to find out what is narratively satisfying to everyone. Because at the end of the day, this is all an excuse to tell stories. It's all collaborative, right? We're not, I've said it before, we're not playing chess. This is not Call of Duty. This is not Fortnite. This is not a competition. This is all explicitly collaborative. And so the entire goal of it is to tell a satisfying story. Because there is no objectively winning. You know, there's no objectively winning. It just is. The only winning is in how satisfying it feels to win. You know? Yeah. What do you think about, to the extent of which Percy was targeted in that last fight, it seems his odds of surviving were never that high. Yeah, I think that, and this is where I think that the tone of your game and of the individual player really matters. Like, that targeting of Percy in a more open, maybe like disconnected sort of game, where they don't have these personal connections to the threats, I think that would have felt shitty. Like, that would have felt like the DM targeting the player. But in the case of Percy, I think it is a fulfillment to a degree of his character. Like, they are targeting him because he is Percy, not because he is a character in the party that the DM is targeting. He is, the character of Percy is being targeted by the character of Ripley, and that tracks, and that is I would say, a fulfillment, to a degree, of his character. And that is that is what places it in this odd, it's not fully this open, fulfillment of their mistakes, of their choices. Like, that targeting is not necessarily a fulfillment of their choices. To a degree it is, but it's also just a fulfillment of, like, this is that character and this is the relationship that they have with Ripley. Regardless of the choices that they made, that relationship was never going to change. They were always going to be more aggressive towards Percy than they would be towards the others. And that's where we fall on that, like, kind of spectrum of satisfaction of, are your players going to be down with that? Are they going to be down with them potentially, frankly, being unfairly targeted? That was not fair of Ripley to do. In fact, incredibly unfair. That was really shitty of her to do. Some people are going to find that a deeper level of investment. They are going to find that they're going to find that is a fulfillment of their character living in the world and having connections within the world. But for that to work, you have to care about that character. That I don't think that can work in that kind of meat grinder type of game and setting. And I think that, I'm speculating, I think that Taliesin and Percy did. I think that he really cared about the world, his impact on it, his backstory's impact on it, all of that. So I think it works for Taliesin, probably. We'll never know. But I think if someone really cares about their character, as long as the targeting is warranted by their character and by their character's experience, I think that can actually go towards making it more satisfying. Yeah. Oh, man. Felt like what I imagined wargaming to feel like. My characters were pawns. Probably, yeah. About not only with the train, but fought a group with similar numbers and similar skills. Yeah. Yeah, I thought that the encounter was incredibly interesting. I think that it was always going to be unbalanced. I think it was always going to be brutal and short. But I think that in this specific instance, I think I still would have represented her and her party with monster stat blocks. I think that would have allowed me to understand the encounter more ahead of time. But also, if the point of the encounter is kind of to kill Percy, which it kind of is, like from Ripley's perspective, that's sort of the point. It kind of doesn't matter if Matt understands the balance, you know? That brings me up to neutral on like using the stat blocks. It brings me to neutral on it. I still don't love it, but I'm not going to say it's a bad thing in this case. I think it had some distinct benefits. As a GM, you sometimes have to guess at what's satisfying is a great example of why that will always be true. Just think surprise reveals. You can't ask if a surprise will be satisfying without ruining it. Yeah, you have to constantly be... And I mean, it depends on how much you're wanting to improve. It depends on how much you feel like you need to improve. It depends on how, I'm in the business of giving advice. So I'm always coming at it from, if you're listening to my advice for DMs, I'm assuming that you want to improve. But sometimes that improvement is just incremental. It is just trying stuff and just seeing how it goes, and back evaluating that. Yeah. I didn't get here. Is the plan to watch all of episodes season 9? Maybe. Full episode is fully off the table. Possibly. My voice is also kind of iffy. We'll see. It's very possible that that I have less to say than I think I will. But so we'll see. That was a super unfair, and anyone would feel like the DM is picking at them. In context is the only believable approach. It's a blood feud. Exactly. Like to be honest, the DM was picking on him. But it's okay because in that context, the DM is inhabiting an NPC who is picking on him. But even that, like I said, in a more open game, that might not feel as good. It might not. Yeah. It's kind of like the DM advice of like, give your monsters goals behind fighting to the death. Sure. Yeah. In this case, it was a fight to the death of one of the PCs. Yeah. Do you want us to look at Ripley's stat block on crit? I mean, we can if we end up like having time. It's not, I don't think it ultimately matters. I don't think it ultimately matters. I don't know if it's good or bad, but because of the character sheets, Taliesin could rules lawyer the enemy gunners to his heart's content. That is true. That is said, I think I'm of the broad opinion that most of the time, character sheets should not be used. And that you should use monster stat blocks. However, there are definitely times, like I have used character stat sheets before. They have very specific effects, very specific benefits, detriments, whatever. And that I think like maybe there's like a 5 to 10% of the time where I think it could go either way. And then there's like 1 to 5% of the time that I think it's actively better than a monster stat block. And I think this easily to me falls into that 10%. I think it debatably falls into the 1 to 5. I think there are some legitimate benefits of using it here instead of a monster stat block. Yeah. Context matters is obviously apt for more than just yeah. When it's lame to like have it all boil down to just that baseline advice of just like, oh man, it like the surrounding situation matters. What? Yeah, I mean it's unfortunate because it's not very actionable of just saying, the context matters, but it is truly just kind of the situation at the end of the day for a lot of stuff. Yeah. Yeah. The 15 gunslinger, 5 wizard. She's level 20. Oh my god, of course she is. She's a level 20. Level 20 multi-class. Damn, dude.
Confirmed, Bird knows how to open the door. Sarah said she did it this morning too.
What? Oh my god. Confirmed. Bird has learned how to open our doors. Nowhere is safe. Oh no. I'm gonna have to start locking it, dude. What the hell? Oh boy. And with that, we'll go to the screen share. My reaction with my toddler to open doors. I mean, dogs really are just the mini toddler. They're not nearly as difficult as a toddler, but they have some of the same core issues. And the stakes aren't as high as a toddler, but they have some of the same core things to them. This is a game changer. The dog. I know it is a game changer. That's not good. That's not good at all. Wait, what the fuck? This has not changed at all. This entire time. That talking budget thing has not changed. Let me check. Oh! I know why it hasn't changed. I know why it hasn't changed. Oh no. Oh, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Fuck. Oh no. I'm gonna have to change that. Goal, current characters minus staggerment. Oh, fuck. Okay. I'm saying, oh no. It will actually be something that is very easy to fix. I just don't think I can fix it on screen. Well, actually. Oh, wait. That's all of them. Okay, wait. No, I can fix it on stream. I can fix it on stream because I'm the GOAT. Because I'm the best to ever do it. And that's what you guys don't understand about me. Let's see. So that'll be... so that'll be new characters spoken. That'll be character cap. Uh-oh. Okay, maybe. maybe. Global characters spoken in current chunk. New. Don't worry, I'm doing incredible things, and I'm doing them. What happened? The on-screen characters are not updating, and I know why, and I can fix it because I am a on-stream developer. You guys want to see? Woo! Look at that. New characters spoken. In current chunk. Okay, and then I need the character cap. Did I ever get that? I didn't. Okay. No worries. Character cap. Copy that. Get that in here. Paste that ish in there. Japata. And then the global character cap is like that. So then if we run this, save, is it now working? Look at that. It's working, dude. Programming is dark magic. I can't believe that I did that so quickly. Look at all that shit. That's so complicated. How did I figure it out? I'm amazing. Woo! Let's do it. Lever handles or doorknob? It's handles. It's handles, which is, yeah. The knob would be harder. I honestly think she could figure it out eventually, but it is just a handle, and it opens up or down. So I think she's just nosing it up. It's very understandable how she figured it out, especially because she's taller than the other dog. Like, her nose is, like, just enough to where she probably only has to, like, lift a little bit to, like, actually push it up. But... oh, no. Oh, the last thing. Full screen. Let's see. So I also got a new button that should be able to just magically full screen. Full screen. Oh no. My magic isn't working. Uh-oh. Why isn't it working? What the heck? Oh wait. Oh wait. Okay, I have no idea why that isn't working, and it's probably too complicated to troubleshoot on stream. I ain't gonna lie. I can just fucking click the button. Why isn't it working is the quote for today. Honestly. What's the stream style? Have you abandoned hope? Oh, yeah. So, okay. I was originally going to the original takeaway. I had this made and privated like 3 or 4 days ago. And the original takeaway was going to be like, how do you move on from a player death? But then the closer that we got to it, I was like, well, I actually don't know if Percy's going to die yet. Or I don't know if he's going to stay dead. And so it feels like it'll be more, that sort of concept would be more applicable once we get to the point where, like, I know if he's staying dead or if he's coming back. So this one, talking about, like, explicitly character... oh my god, excuse me. Talking about character death rather than talking about how to move on from character death felt better for this stream. So that the title is just a little bit off. Let's see. When to... I probably shouldn't use the word kill. When unalive is probably going to get caught by the censors at this point. When to retire player characters in TNT. There we go. I don't know if that conveys the full message, but there we go. Why isn't it work? Yeah. Used up all your spell slots. Slay. When to end a character. End is probably better. End is probably the best one. When to end. Anyways. Okay. I think that's it. I think we can now get into a little bit of Critical Role. Oh, also, okay, wait. There's one more thing I want to test. Because I may have written a script that will allow me to just highlight John's time codes and send the video directly there. Go to time. Boop. And zoop. All right. This may not work. I have not tested this at all because I mostly use it during editing. I didn't even think about using it on stream until right now. Nope, didn't work. All right. Oh, it literally gave me an error. Wait, what? Okay, I didn't think it would give me an error. I thought it just wouldn't work. Wait. Okay, if it gave me an error, it might actually be more fixable. Strangely. Okay. Nope. All right. Didn't find the script library. That's fine. Doesn't matter. I pardon you from life. All right. 24. 24. All right. And as long as play and pause work, we're in the money.
Prepared? I don't really have anything prepared this week, guys. Instead, I thought I'd tell you a little story about something that happened to a friend of mine.
Okay.
Her name is Jessie. We grew up together in a small town. When she went away to college, she didn't want to go because she was kind of a homebody. Her parents said, just go, have fun, you'll love it. She got to college. A couple weeks into it, she and her roommate went out at night. She came home. She fell asleep. They were a little tipsy. She woke up in the middle of the night to this scratching sound. And she couldn't figure out what it was. She just went back to sleep. Got up again, heard another scratching sound. What was it? She couldn't figure it out. She went back to sleep. The next morning, she woke up, her roommate, the skin had been ripped off of her body. And the cat that they shared had also been turned essentially inside out. And on the wall, in the blood of her roommate.
Okay. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? But also, this apparently happened to a friend of Sam Classic Urban Legend. Yeah. Okay. I just realized that I actually need to take down the stream one more time. One more time, I swear. Only one more time. Because the recording isn't working. So we're not getting any of this locally recorded. So I'm going to take it down for one moment. I will be right back. I swear. Goodbye. All right, we're back. How long have I been live? About an hour 08. All right, I just need to make a note of that. Because that is going to make the transcripts for this way harder. All right. Time codes for this are about an hour and 8 minutes behind. Sick. Oh my god, YouTube yelling at me ever since I took off the automatic ads saying this would be a good time to insert ads. What the fuck? What do you mean? As far as you know, I just came back from an internet drop. And it's like, hey, I know you just got back and everyone's been waiting on you. What if you just like slipped him a quick ad? We just stuck one in there for him. I think it'd be fun. Fucking crazy. The VOD viewers won't get. Oh no, the VOD viewers will see it all. YouTube keeps everything. It's just local recording. The VOD viewers will get to see everything. All right. Third time's the charm. Let's get into it.
It was written, use code critical role for $3 off.
This happened to a friend of
That's a lot blood.
Sam's?
And it's a lot of savings for the new Loot Crate, whose theme is horror. Channel your best final girl with items from The Walking Dead, Nightmare on Elm Street, Friday the 13th, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Halloween, and the story I just told. Hey, should we open them up, guys?
Yeah.
I think this is from
this is
September's
This
theme.
is definitely horror.
No,
Yeah, let's open up and see what horror items we have.
Oh my goodness gracious. They are ridiculous. This is... I am interested to see, like... I do wonder, like, what is Taliesin even expecting? What are the other players expecting? I'm sure we'll never know. Maybe it's in like some interview at some point, where like they talk about the in-between. I can't even begin to speculate on like what Matt did or did not tell them between what they talked about, what they didn't. Because that is kind of looped in with the entire takeaway discussion on like, it so thoroughly depends on the tone that they're striking, the type of story that they want to tell on stream versus the type of story they want to tell each other. I can't even begin to speculate on like what they talked about off stream, because it would just so depend. Yeah. So many interesting interview comments. I would love. Oh man, dude, if I ever interviewed Matt, it would be like, hey, can I send you this 100-question document first so that you can start researching your answers ahead of time? Because I have things to ask you from like 7 years ago.
Without further ado, last we picked up Vox Machina, who had been traveling to collect the vestiges of divergence, artifacts from an old ancient time, to gain enough power to combat the Chroma Conclave, a group of chromatic dragons that assailed, Taldore, and led by Fordak, the Cinder King. You know, when you get nervous, you get the burps. And I feel like
Robert Kraft, the owner of the Patriots.
You, in searching these artifacts, found one in the city of Ankarel had been taken out from under your nose by a long-forgotten NPC named Ripley.
Oh, well, she wasn't forgotten.
You know what I mean. You gave chase down to the Glenshore Island of the Hesped Archipelago. And upon storming the beaches, destroying her ship, you walked into the jungle where an ambush turned into folly. You charged into what appeared to be a couple of illusions as the floor detonated beneath you, setting you across the ground and starting an encounter with snipers in position at half health and below for most of you. You gave a very, very good fight and still managed to push through. Unfortunately, Dr. Ripley, with the reveal that she has now bound herself to Orthax, the shadow demon that once plagued Percy's inspiration and nightmares, bent on vengeance, managed to take him, slay him, and leave him cold on the ground. As a group, you did manage to dissect Dr. Ripley very aggressively and get vengeance back for your friend. But where we left off, you just let the adrenaline and the shock of the moment hit you as Ripley's breath expends and a tiny tree begins to try and break and grow from her corpse on this parched land. So, what do you want to do?
We have no idea.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Wait, did she originally take Percy's gun? Was that what she was using?
I don't think so. She
made
just
another one.
designed.
He threw Percy's gun into the
Should we
pool of
collect her
acid.
gun now?
We
We're
should
all
collect.
extremely emotional, but we need to move quickly if
Yeah,
we're going to do anything.
fast.
We need
We
to
should-
collect all the guns.
Collect her guns. We need her other hand,
Oh,
and we need the vestiges off of her fucking body.
Well, let's collect those. Quickly.
Grog,
Yes.
you do the honors of taking her other hand.
I would love to use my teeth for that. No, I'll use the X.
All right. Swack with a heavy thud sound. Her hand is jettisoned from the wrist, her left hand as it scatters across the broken glass floor of the center of the jungle here in Glenshore.
This one, right?
there's only one.
Oh.
So, yes,
Okay.
that's the one.
Bag of holding.
Fair enough. Kynan is still kind of standing there, kind of the adrenaline wearing off of him, and he's at a good 15, 20 foot distance from all of you, just standing.
I forgot. Are we killing him?
Hold on a second, I walk over. Do you have the blade?
He kind of looks down and he seems to have dropped it after everything that transpired. And he picks it up and just kind of holds it.
I've come a long way for that.
Take it. And he kind of throws it to your feet. It spins and scatters and comes to a halt at the tip of your boot.
Wait here a moment, please.
Oh, sorry. One thing that I forgot to mention. John, or Anymod, I guess, has the new command to set the playback speed, but everyone now has the new command. It's on a global cooldown, so it's not spammable, but everyone now has the global command check playback speed, which will do this. It'll just bring it up, it'll show you, and then it'll close it after a second. I think it's on like a 20-minute cooldown, so like I said, people can't spam it. 20-minute cooldown for all of chat, not even like individually. But if you're ever curious about what playback speed we're on, if we're like on 1.1, 3.5, 5.5, whatever, yeah, you can just type in ! Check playback speed.
I bend down, I take the knife, and I walk it over to Keyleth and put it in her hands. And I walk back to him. How?
I didn't mean for any of this to happen.
How? There are people behind me who want you dead, and I cannot blame them. How?
I wouldn't blame them either. Look, after we met, I was hurt. I was angry. I knew I could be someone. Despite what you told me, and I could prove that I was worth your attention. And I left Iman in my home to seek that destiny. And I'm sure many of you did the same.
Do you know what shape Iman is in right now? And this is what you choose to do with your time.
You don't know what I've been through.
What has that man done to you? What has she done to you? What have any of them, except for me, done to you? And what have I done except be an asshole?
Look, when she picked me up in Kaimel, she taught me a lot. I learned a lot. She also told me that you weren't who I thought you were. When everything went down in Iman with the dragons, I mean, she said you did that.
Summon the dragons.
You were responsible for it. She had me listen in to a conversation where you admitted that it was your fault.
To make an insight check?
Go for it.
No.
He seems emotionally on the brink of a complete nervous breakdown, but he's holding his ground. His hands are shaking in place as he stands, staring at you with the look of a man on the precipice.
I don't know. What am I to do with you?
Remember when I was like, man, I need to kick the dog because Ripley doesn't seem that much worse than Vox Machina, especially depending on the narrator that you're listening to. Like, obviously, I want to make it very clear, Ripley is clearly manipulating him. Obviously. But she didn't need to try that hard. It's like, she is manipulating him, but they gave her a lot of fodder with which to do so, and they don't really seem that different if you don't know enough context. As us getting the dog more, kidnapping the dog and turning into the fight. Oh, no. Like, this is why I needed a kick the dog from Ripley, is because without it, depending on who you're listening to, she doesn't seem that much worse than them. Now, I got kick the dog and more. But yeah, it's like I can't blame Kaiden here. Especially, it's like, yeah, they kind of admitted to it, you know? Yeah. They did have a lot of conversations. They did. And this is such a fun, like, on Matt's part in terms of like planning this out. This is such a fun example of like giving them the rope to hang themselves. Of like, he's just using their words against them. Like, Vax is acting so like, bah, I can't. He's acting so high on his high horse of like, you are scum. And it's like, dude, I don't know. Like, yeah, he was on the wrong side. We all agree. But like, it's not that ridiculous that he did this. And I'm glad that Matt is having Kaiden like shove that in their face. Especially with what they just did to Ripley. I saw either a comment or a Discord when I was talking about Vox Machina being tribal, of like Sam or Scanlan is the most tribal of Vox, and I fully agree. Scanlan gets brutal with literally anyone who is not Vox. They definitely have varying degrees of like tribality. Tribality? Yeah, sure. But Scanlan is some of the most intense. Yeah. She could have found a point where VM said that they felt guilty. She could have illusion of fully fabricated confession. Also true. Yeah. There's a huge amount of ambiguity here. Yes. Oh yeah. And you're only on the ad views an hour long. Classic. Oh my god. It's, when Vax clobbered Kynan, Travis said, "Didn't you watch The Incredibles?" You're so right. You're so right, G. Hercum. I think it's almost hypocritical that Kynan isn't being executed or left on the island alone. I mean, yeah. Vox are kind of hypocritical, but it's like hypocritical is an extreme word. It mostly, like, it can kind of go back and forth between representing someone specifically going against their words versus someone going against their perceived code. And like at this point, I would say that Vox Machina, as a party, they all have their own individual codes, absolutely. But I think that as a party, their main code is protect those we care about. Oh, ads incoming. Okay, so we got about a minute, and then ads should automatically play. Cool. It should just work. We'll see. But I think at this point, Vox is very just like protect those we care about. And at this point, I think that it kind of doesn't matter what they do to Kynan from that perspective. Now you can get deeper into what have they publicly professed, what sort of vibes are they putting on, and that can get into hypocritical territory, but that gets subjective, unfortunately. Saw himself in Kynan in their first meeting, so Kynan's always been on the outskirts of the in-group. Absolutely. And I think he's been more on the outskirts to Vax specifically. So I think that this betrayal hurts Vax way more than it hurts the rest of them. Yeah, I fully agree. This is interesting. I don't know. What's up? Okay, the ads thing worked. Let's go. I saw people said that they got ads. That's sick. That's sick. That's sick. That's sick. But yeah, because I think that so the ads are now purely manual, so they will only come during breaks. They will really only come during breaks because I have set it up to where it forces me into the break. I didn't get an ad. It won't always give you an ad. So basically, I press a little button. I press this little button for insert ads, and YouTube will try to run an ad during the break. Sometimes it will give you one, sometimes it won't. But it will now only even try during the breaks. So, let's see. The Discord kept breaking me up. More important, the NPC online and I see. So I went to very bad value it. That's funny. Anyways, so that seems to be working. So I think we're good to go.
We'll deal with him later.
I ought to cut the heart from your ribs. I ought to cut out my own. Is there anyone else here now? Is that it?
No, I mean, we went back to the cavern to set up, but you got here too quickly, and so we had to...
How long have you been here?
Only a few hours.
A few hours? Was all it took for that? Are there more of you?
We have a few people on the ship.
Not anymore.
Listen to me. I don't know what's going to happen in the next 24 hours for you. But the best thing you can do right now is help us. When anyone asks you to do something, you do it.
I would ask for a chance to redeem myself, but I'm also beginning to understand what I've done. And I accept whatever judgment you see fit. Just know that I've been very confused.
Look at me. Kynan, look at me. You help right now. Put all that out of your mind. Right now, you help. Can you do that? Just do whatever we ask.
If you want me to tell you, I know a little bit. Anything, just let me know.
We're going to table this. Just be Johnny on the spot right now, all right?
Grog. Can you pick him up? Percy.
Yeah. Where am I taking him?
I have nothing left. I have no way to get us out of here quickly right now.
Can I ask, is Orthax still here? That's who that was, right?
Yes.
Orthax could have his soul for all we know.
Do we sense him? Is Orthax around? Can you sense evil?
Yeah, I could, yes.
Okay, so you sense, as part of your, was it your paladin ability?
Yeah.
Divine sense, I believe it was, right?
Yep.
Something on that, right?
60 feet, demons, celestials, devils.
All right, so yeah, as you guys are kind of going through these things, you do sense there is a pulse of fiendish energy emanating from somewhere near Ripley's body.
Near Ripley's body. How do we destroy him?
I think we can. He's just a shadow, isn't he?
We have to go to him.
I was going to ask, like, the question of could he help us with Percy?
Orthax?
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, right now, I think it sounds crazy that I'm saying this, but we have mutual interests with him. It might not be the worst idea.
Who's inspecting Ripley's body?
I will, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. A few things you find as you rummage through. You find about 1,051 gold pieces. And 2 weeks of rations, some of which appear to have been dampened and brought soon. You do find the cloak. The dagger that kind of you still lays to the ground. No, it's handed to you, so you have it right now.
Yeah.
There is what appears to be a small polished gray stone with a couple of runic symbols carved into it. You also find what appears to be a small leather case, like a long, thin case about that long, that is latched up. And her gun, which is similar to Percy's pepper box, but thinner, longer, more refined. It's a deep gunmetal gray color with brass sections and what appear to be portions of white stone built into it. As she pulls the gun out, you immediately know that's the direct source of the fiendish energy.
Okay, put that down, please. Put it on the ground.
It's in the gun?
It's in the gun.
Just like last time.
So we drop it in acid again.
Well, that didn't kill it, did it? Just got it out of the gun.
And what if he has Percy?
No.
Well, let's try and get him back first before we get upset about it.
Yes, yes.
How do we get him to Whitestone?
Yeah, how do we move?
We have an airship.
That's
Maybe too slow.
Maybe it can take us somewhere with trees.
Somewhere with a tree.
I need to rest.
How long?
I need to sleep.
This tree is stunted that's coming out of Ripley's body.
Yeah, it's a slow-growing tree. It's only about 6 feet tall. It wouldn't be large enough to use her spell through it. This is the remnants of Fenrir's death. There are a few large jungle trees, like I mentioned before, that have managed to find root and grow in this jungle. It's maybe like one healthy living tree for every 50 that are burnt, charred, and petrified. So, I mean, there are trees available in this jungle that in theory could be used for that spell if you had it available to you.
I don't remember. Do we have a way to call Pike?
We have the stone.
Wait, does that send one of us back to her?
Potentially.
Just one living soul holding a dead soul?
Or could we bring her to us?
I could
Try and scry her. Let me see.
I could try putting Percy in the necklace and
Going through. Yes.
I think a lot of the like Tal being off screen stuff is more of an artifact of this being an actual play as opposed to like actually how you would run it at a home game. I think they're kind of more going for the dramatic tension there. Which it is interesting, you know, that he's gone from the table. But, like, obviously, I feel like they can see him. He's probably, like, right off screen. So I think it's more for us than for them at this point. Yeah. They're expecting to come back soon. If they weren't, they often go home. Yeah, I think a lot of times, like, if you weren't expecting them to potentially come back that session, they might just not even come, I guess. But if there was a possibility that they're going to come back that session, then yeah, I would. And honestly, I'd even have them still come just in case, like depending on how we're going to work in their new player character, like however we're going to work in their new PC, especially if you want the new PC to be a surprise to the existing players on like who it is, then having the player of the dead PC there means that they could kind of like jump in anytime. So I think the whole like Taliesin being off camera is more of an actual play thing, you know. But you send them on a food beer run, that's why we bump off PCs. Yeah, precisely, Daniel. Precisely. Yeah. Bump them off just so that they can go and get some refreshments. Yeah.
Wait.
But what if you can't get him back out?
I don't know.
Living and willing, right?
I mean, yes.
We don't want him to get stuck.
Is that correct?
But he's an object. I mean, no disrespect. He's an object right now. So if one of us used the stone holding him, it would be carrying him. Like a sword.
Yes.
It would go through. He'd go through.
Make an intelligence check.
Okay.
Do good.
With +2 because of your track of all traits.
Oh.
Add your intelligence modifier +2.
Okay. 16, 18.
18? That might not work for most spells.
Shame intelligence check.
Still considered a creature. It's just a dead creature.
Okay, so
we rest.
we need to.
And then we go to Whitestone in the morning.
Can you do the mansion, Scanlan? Are you tapped out?
I could, but
I can't believe that there's nothing we can do right now.
But I mean,
We can stay here.
technically I can.
I still bring Trinket out of the necklace and I cast Cure Wounds on him.
Okay, yeah. As Trinket emerges from the necklace, his unconscious form hits the ground, just kind of laying on the side as you walk up and place your hand. And still breathing. And your warm touch kind of presses across his fur, and the breathing kind of inflates into one deep breath, and then you leans up, and the head kind of curls over and begins licking your hand as you finish the casting of the spell. Go ahead and roll hit points for Trinket.
I'm also going to give him a butt scratch and do lay on hands and give him another 5 hit points.
Oh, that's it. 9 whole points.
+5.
That's fine.
You also do notice, Bex, on the gun, it has across the handle, the bottom of the handle, the name of the weapon, which is named Animus.
Animus?
And across the barrels, you now see there are 3 empty barrels and 3 that still have names.
Can I read the names?
The names are Richter Wells, Osgood, and King Bertrand Dwendal.
Oh my god.
Oz.
Richter Wells. Richter.
Lore drop. Richter Wells, Osgood. Okay, wait. The names on the gun. Richter Wells, Osgood, King Bertrand Dwendal. We don't know a King Bertrand Dwendal. Probably a wild mountain king? Strange. I mean, I'm assuming that all of these people are probably wild mountain. And they're all people that Ripley has a vendetta against. Assuming that Percy was the 4th name on there. Interesting. Lore drop. We're at the lore zone. 2 names we haven't heard before. Oh, and the king. Yeah. Yeah. That's very interesting. I didn't even consider the fact that Ripley's gun, I mean, like, I assumed that there would be more names on there, but I thought that they would either be members of Vox Machina or, like, people that were at Whitestone. No, this is a great quest hook. This is a great quest hook. Yeah. Yeah, she really seems to have a bit of a complex. Yeah, just a casual king. Yeah. It would probably use their names, not their title. Matt chose to include the title. That is true. Yeah, it probably would just be Bertrand Dwendal. And there is an interesting discussion here of even the list and now Animus are both, they are constructs of perception. Orthax is animating and exaggerating their hate and their desire for vengeance. What is written on the gun is not objective. It comes from inside their heads. It did not say Baron and Baroness Briarwood, Baron and Baroness Delilah and Silas Briarwood, but it did say Dr. Anna Ripley. Because that's like a core part, I think, of how Percy saw them or saw her. Any of these people could have titles, but Percy saw Delilah and Silas as them. He saw them as individuals. He did not consider them the rulers of Whitestone. But he did see Anna Ripley as a doctor. I think. I could be making up. I'm almost positive that it said Dr. Anna Ripley. And so putting King Bertrand Dwendal, I think, is an insight into how Ripley views Bertrand Dwendal. You know? Yeah. It's cool. It's from an out-of-game perspective, it's a great choice for a cool hook. Like from the Doyleist perspective up here, it's a cool idea for a hook. It drives a lot of interest. And then from the Watsonian kind of in-fiction perspective, it's also interesting. It shows a degree of Ripley's perception of these people totally separate from the potential reality. Yeah. I'm pretty sure the list of names has to be living people, so no one from Whitestone. Oh no, I would assume it would be like Allura or I mean, are you saying that Whitestone is fucking deceased? I think that would be a crazy thing to happen off screen. No, I meant like Allura or maybe one of the old governors that's still around or Gilmore or something like that. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Richter is also a title. Yeah, Richter Wells for sure. Yeah. I like to think that if she had managed to kill the king, it would have led to the Exandrian version of World War One. Yeah, Percy's gun did say Dr. Ripley. That's what I'm saying. So it's an interesting look into their perceptions of these people, because the Briarwoods clearly could have been titled. You know what I'm saying? But they weren't, but Ripley was. So interesting. Yeah. I thought you meant the Briarwoods. Oh, yeah, that's fair. Ripley doesn't know of anybody. I mean, from my perspective, Ripley's dead, but from my perspective, Ripley knew everyone that Vox Machina knew. She was a person with knowledge and means, and she also could hear everything that Vox said from the Briarwood arc on. Ripley is dead, believe it or not. Hey, let's go. How is it a hook? Why would Vox follow up? Because the threat and connection is dead. I mean, I guess it's debatable, but I would consider, like, these to me are all an offering from Matt of, hey, enemy of my enemy is my friend. Like, thinking about the names on the list, if you didn't like Percy, let's put ourselves back when the list was still around and still had its names. If you didn't like Percy and you killed Percy and you knew how the list worked and you found the names on the list, you're like, oh, these people probably don't like Percy either. Me and them would probably get along. We'd probably get along pretty well. So to me, this is like kind of directly offering allies of, like, at the baseline, all of these people are worthy of Ripley's ire, right? These are all worthy of Ripley going after and killing, which I think kind of inherently puts them on the side of Vox Machina. Or at the very least, it puts them not on the side of Ripley, which are people that Vox Machina would want to approach. It's also, we're not putting randos on the list and assumingly on Animus. So, like, these aren't just going to be a random peasant in a hut. These are probably powerful, quasi-important people that, again, I think Vox Machina would probably want on their side. So, in an arc, which the Chroma Conclave has been an arc about getting powerful items and making allies. It started out primarily as get allies. You know what I'm saying? It started out primarily as get allies, and then in the process of getting allies, Osisa told them about the Vestiges. And then the Vestiges kinda took over, but they still approached Jamansa Ord, right? Like, they went to Onkarel, yes, for Cabal's ruin, but the first thing that they do is go and, kind of by happenstance, but they go and meet with Jaman and ask to get Jaman on their side. So I think that, like, ally gathering is still very on their mind, and this is a great hook towards ally gathering, I think. He so desperately wants to go to Wildmount. I do want to finally go to Wildmount. I know that it's coming, and I don't fucking know when. Give me Wildmount already. Jesus. Oh, man. Did give a single flying folk about Whitestone beyond the titular stone and its magical breath. That's fair. That's possible. But knew enough to get vengeance on. She only cares about Percy. I don't know what she cares about. We don't know Ripley that well. Like, yeah, she clearly cared a lot and probably primarily about Percy. I don't know what the fuck she cared about beyond that, It would also be fascinating to Percy who Ripley hated and why, so it's not unreasonable to assume it would be the same for the rest of VM. Yeah, well, we also have to assume that Matt did not know that Ripley was going to kill Percy. Like, that fight went really badly for them, partially because they got ambushed and went in there under-resourced. Seeing that fight, I think it's incredibly possible that VM could have won that, given proper preparation. You know, I think that there's a very decent world where Vox Machina absolutely wrecks and kills Ripley. So if we consider Percy finding Animus as opposed to the rest of Vox Machina, it becomes much more interesting. I think it's still interesting even without Percy. But if we picture Percy getting Animus, he is probably way more interested in those names than than the rest of Vox. Yeah. It was very fascinating wait. Ripley tried to repeatedly get Percy on her side. I feel like these are people who rejected Ripley. That would be they are, I don't know what their relationship is to Ripley, obviously, because there were plenty of people on the list that had differing relationships to Percy. But at the very, very least, these are people that Ripley feels justified and has a desire to hunt down and kill. At the bare minimum, these are people that Ripley wanted to kill, and if Ripley wanted to kill them, Fox is probably going to give them at least the benefit of the doubt, which is not something you can always do in this campaign, you know? Or that was one soul, so people don't get off the gun until they're dead. That's debatable, yeah. But do you know it's coming? They wrote a whole fucking book about it. Unless it comes in campaign 2, which I could see. I could see, fucking campaign 2 just being set in Wildmount. But there's so much pointing to Wildmount in my head. I feel like we've gotten several pointers towards Wildmount. Now, Vox might just continue to ignore them. But I feel like we have to go there eventually. That we never go to Wildmount. Matt just wrote an entire book about it just for lulz, just for shits and giggles and grins. What if she was a doctor in arcane literature or whatever? She might be. I have no idea what kind of doctor. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah. Super interesting. I think interesting no matter what, but I do agree that it's kind of varying levels of interesting based on how that fight goes. And this is maybe partially a less interesting outcome than maybe if Percy had still been alive and found Animus.
Sure.
Osgrood and King Bertrand Dwindle. Apparently all people that Ripley in some way, shape, or form felt vengeful towards.
Wow.
I'm gonna walk over and pick up the false arm that I hacked off. Will you put this in the bag?
Which one? Oh, regular bag. Yep.
Big old arm, yeah.
Oh, can I look at can I see the little stone with the runes on it?
Why don't we ask Kynan what it is? Maybe you've seen her use it.
Kynan, what is this?
That's what she used to listen in on you guys.
Hang on, wait, let me see it. Does it look like the other scrying stone that we have?
No, it's a very different enchantment. This one looks a little simpler, and upon looking at it, there's no magic left in it. You did disenchant
That's
the
true.
other
Oh,
side
right.
of the enchantment.
The gun.
gun.
Right.
The
What
one she
about
was
the
using on you guys with.
what about the little latch box that's closed?
This is the other half of that enchantment.
Yeah, open that little box.
I open the latch box, so she opens the latch box.
I open the latch box.
You open the latch?
Rip everything out of my hands. Go for it.
Simultaneously
Easily tear it open.
distraught.
Okay, as you open the cap on the edge of this leather casing, and you pull it open, you see it's essentially a side scroll case. On the inside, there is a single tightly wound piece of parchment. The smell immediately is very musty and old with a hint of kind of burnt wood. There's some sort of parchment that is tightly coiled in there.
Can we take it out and take a look?
Read that.
Have you seen him messing with that Kynan?
That was something we found in the cave when we got here. But she quickly grabbed it and put it away and wouldn't tell us what it was.
What is this cave?
I only got to the outside of it. I was standing guard.
You haven't been inside?
No.
How far off?
Maybe a couple miles. It's at the base of the mountain.
I don't know. It might be. What if that was our escape route? What if there's a way out?
Yeah, it could be.
It's possible.
I'll open it and look it over.
Okay, make an Arcana check.
Let me back you up.
Be careful, Scanlon.
Not good. Do I add Jack of all trades?
Yeah,
Is that
add
a
your
thing
plus
now?
to it,
Okay. 16.
We add all ability checks and skills that you're not proficient in.
I am proficient in
Yes,
those,
you're
so
not.
14.
14. That's fine. That's not enough. Yes, it is a scroll of gate.
A gate?
Good, thanks.
Oh, we just got our ticket out of here.
The scroll allows an arcane caster to use an action to cast the 9th level spell Gate.
Do we have an arcane caster? Is that you? Scanlan? Okay.
Am I an arcane caster?
You are an arcane. Consider this is an extremely powerful spell that has a lot of various uses. So consider, just so you know what it's capable of. I'm going to read you some of the spell here.
Also, I might not be able to do it because it says level 9. If the spell is higher than the level the caster can use, they must make a spellcasting ability check to
Yeah,
succeed.
you'd have to try and
Okay, just cut off your
check-
foot. It's
yeah.
like, a tithe.
So Gate, just so you know, you conjure a portal linking an unoccupied space you can see within range to a precise location on a different or the same plane of existence. The portal is a circular opening, which can make 5 or 20 feet diameter. It lasts for up to a minute. The portal has a front and back on each plane where it appears, so it will be between planes essentially. I would say if you wanted to use it as just a teleportation circle, you could, but it's a waste of a 9th level spell. Unless
But it's a waste of a 9th level spell?
comparatively to what she can do with the tree stride and other things
We
like
might
that,
wanna-
you could totally
we
use
might
it for
wanna
this.
save
Is it different from plane shift?
Deities and other planar rulers can prevent portals created by this from opening in their presence. When you cast the spell, you can speak the name of a specific creature, like a pseudonym, title, or nickname doesn't work. Specific name of the creature. If the creature is on a plane other than one you're on, the portal opens and pulls them through to you.
Oh, shit.
Useful.
So it has a lot of various uses.
We could
to
bring the Rakshasa through.
Good.
Yeah, we could.
Or
If
go
we knew
to
its name.
a
Dragon.
We know it.
You can bring a lot of things through on that instantly.
Or
That's pretty.
So, for better or for worse.
Deities could cancel it.
Protus, Orthax.
Protus. Orthax.
So
So that is how it's different than
Who knows
But
anything
we could
about
go.
these?
We could use this to go save our friend too.
No.
What do we know about these healing spells? I mean,
Not worth it.
What do you think does?
well, what we need to do to Percy. How long do we have to get him to someone?
I have a feeling the longer we wait, the harder it will be.
And we rest now, yeah? Hard choices. And we have to help ourselves if we plan to help him.
like you said, the gate spell could theoretically bring Orthax back if we might need to. Who knows?
Or it could bring a healer to us right now.
I say save it and rest. It's my vote.
How long has Percy been dead?
at this point, maybe 20, 25 minutes.
Voice your opinions now. Do it.
I don't know how death magic works.
I don't either.
I don't know if 8 hours makes a huge difference or if it.
If it's
It
like,
depends on what you're trying to do.
I will also say, in regards to the 20th level character, that is one of the aspects of using character sheets rather than stat blocks. People's defensive capabilities are like characters' defensive capabilities are so much lower than their offensive ones. So when you're doing, sheet versus sheet combat, the action economy plays a much stronger role in how the combat goes. So depending on the level of her comrades, I don't know what level all of them were, and depending on who gets the jump. Like the fact that they were already so damaged when the fight started plays a huge role in how that outcome went. Because like even if Ripley had around 200 health, if you focus and use the right resources, a group of 6 can do 200 HP in one turn. They're probably not going to, but it is possible. And it's not like she has legendary resistance like a very high level monster would. So she's incredibly vulnerable towards any sort of disabling spells. Like if she had fallen to a hold person, very low level spell, if she had gotten hold person, imagine if they had a monk that could have done stunning strike. it would be I don't want to say it would be trivial to lock her down. But unless the rest of her party was also level 20, or was, at least their level, it depends a lot more on the dice rolls, on what goes through. That's one of the other reasons that, again, I'm not a huge fan of using stat sheets on enemies, is because it just turns the encounter a lot more swingy, because people die, both PCs and the enemies, so much faster. One miss is going to massively influence how the combat plays out. So, all that is to say, I think there's a very reasonable chance that they survive that, depending on how the rolls go. If they go into it fully stocked, fully cocked, with full HP. Now they didn't, and once they got explodified, I think there's very little chance of them surviving. Very little chance. Once they got exploded. Yeah. Yeah. Where death was explicitly a possible outcome. Oh, I think death was absolutely possible. Like, I think that could have gone either way. Yeah. Are they not already past the point of revivify? Probably. I think they're probably thinking about like true resurrection or something like that. Yeah. I will never not love how successful that explosive trap was. It was so successful. If they hadn't fallen to the explosive trap, that combat would have been much tighter. Especially because, like, we talk about like them focusing down Percy. Percy's a fighter in like pretty decent armor. Out of any character class that you want the enemies to focus on in a 5e combat, he also, fighters have Indomitable, like, Percy had all the grit stuff, so I mean, you would want them to hit Grog, and then probably Keyleth, but like, after that, Percy's like the third best person that you want them to be focusing on if you're like thinking strategically as the party. He's definitely not a bad person for them to focus on. He has more health, just straight up than a lot of other people. So I think it was survivable. It's just that things went bad. Yeah. They don't know them and their characters also don't. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Maybe. There's no reminder. These are first 5e games, and they still have some Pathfinder rules hanging around. Well, that's fair. Yeah. What's the order of operations on classes to target first? I mean, the order of operations basically boils down to, well, okay. Are we thinking purely tactically? Like, if you're a DM. Let's say someone else makes a combat for you, so you don't get to determine the combat and work it to your advantage. If you're given an encounter and you're a DM and you're trying to win, you're trying to kill them for some reason, the first thing you want to target, the first layer of consideration is lowest hit die. So it's going to be wizards, sorcerers, that sort of thing. Because getting the action economy on your side is the biggest and simplest way to turn a 5e combat from the player perspective and the DM perspective. So targeting the lowest hit die is always going to be a viable strategy. Beyond that, it kind of depends. It depends on context. And then the reverse is also true. If you want the players to be successful, and it's a very difficult combat, you should target the highest HP pools first. You should target the barbarians, the druids, the fighters, that sort of thing. And you want to target the wizards last. So, yeah. That it's the order of operations, yeah. Like, are you actually trying to kill them? And now if you're actually just, if you don't have any particular goal as a DM, then I try to think about each monster individually. But yeah. If they used reincarnate, what race species would you like the new Percy to be? Ooh. I mean, I think it'd be funny for Percy to be a small species. I think that'd be funny. Him to be like a gnome. I think it would fit his soul a little bit. I also think it'd be funny if he were, or not funny, but I think it would kind of make sense if he were one of the more exotic, monstrous species. But yeah. I don't know. I don't have a lot of, I mean, this kind of gets into my whole, like, I don't really fuck with fantasy races. In my head, it's like, I don't know. It's kind of whatever. The aesthetics don't matter that much to me. Yeah. Clerics, mages, marshals. Yeah, I mean, clerics, that's fair. I guess it depends on what level you're at. But that is fair to target clerics first. Yeah. I guess especially depending on how big or not big the party is, and depending on what type of cleric they are. If they're like a storm cleric, like they have a heavy armor proficiency, it's maybe debatable on whether or not you want to target them first. It's probably still the wizard, because even if they're like, doing the pop back up thing, that's taking up a lot of their time. And it's not that hard for you to like put someone back down as an enemy, because now you're spending one of your attacks probably to put the person back into death saves, and then the cleric has to take their turn popping them back up. And, spending their spell slots, their resources, things that they could be using aggressively against you. So it's debatable. I think clerics or mages, and then marshals last. Marshals last, absolutely. Yeah. Biggest threat to it, or most food if it hasn't picked up a threat to it. Yeah, if we're thinking about like an in-fiction perspective, it all is dependent on the monster and the adversary type. Percy the Bugbear. Yeah. Targeting kills would depend on if she has her wild shapes. Really depends on if she has her wild shapes. Yeah. He did make a deal with a demon. That's fair. Percy the full orc. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. I don't know. I could see I think anything that is different. I think I would absolutely not want him to not be a human, because I think it would be interesting to see Percy play off of being a different race species, regardless of what it is. I think, honestly, the more exotic could be fun, but I also think that, like, really mechanically different, well, sort of mechanically different, I guess, like a small species could also be interesting. Yeah. Percy the Pixie. Percy the Pixie's good.
I have one ability that I could use, and I have to do it within 10 days, but I'm not necessarily comfortable doing it regardless. I don't know. I've never done it before, and I don't... The ramifications. I'd prefer to get him to Pike.
Then let's summon the Dimension and do this.
All right, but we have to collect things first.
We do?
We need all the guns, even the broken ones. If anyone finds any of these, they could be retrofitted or used for evil in the future, and that's something that Percy would not want ever.
I'll go get them, because I'm still doing pretty dandy, and I'll absorb all the glass shardies from walking around.
I need to go find our dog. He probably won't be able to be found, but he could be somewhere. And I feel like we should look in this cavern, don't you think? We could go.
I'll stay with Percy.
Someone has to stay.
Okay.
I'll stay
If
with
you two
Percy
want to check the cavern, I'll collect all the guns and check the bodies of the people that are down.
All right.
Can we have taken a short rest to heal a bit before we
You can do that.
anything?
Half an hour to an hour. You can do that. So you guys take a short rest now to use any of your
hit dice.
Your hit dice to go and heal up. And
Heal it.
Stalen's giving Song a rest, so you get an additional
1d12.
1d12 to each one of you guys on top of whatever you're healing.
Sure.
Keyleth takes Percy's body, and I drag him over to the table, and I lay him out, and I just start cleaning him and cleaning his wounds as best as I can.
It is a bloody mess, but at the same time, there is a strange look of peace in his face. It both comforts and upsets you, and you have a hard time kind of concentrating on the face. You just focus on his body as you clean him. Make him look as good as you possibly can using Druidcraft and other spells at your disposal.
Guns and bodies.
Make a investigation check.
Nice. Oh, -2. 15.
15. All right. You find, let's see, 2, 3. Okay, you find 620 gold pieces total across all the bodies.
Okay.
You find 2 pistols, 2 rifles, there is also a long barrel bad news like rifle that is that was discarded across the battlefield by Ripley earlier in the fight.
Okay.
It's kind of busted. There is a greatsword and a set of full plate that were on the Goliath that you battled.
Full plate?
Full plate, yes.
Oh.
You find a total of 185 rounds of small ammunition.
Okay, for the pistols?
For the pistols, and about 26 rounds of large ammunition for the rifles.
Got it. 26 rounds.
You find a potion of superior healing on the smashed corpse of the wizard that didn't get a chance to use it before it fell to its horrible
Fell
death.
out of the sky.
Superior. Those are
That's really good.
Really good one. A set of bracers of defense, +2, which I think you've encountered previously.
I have.
So you can write that down.
Okay.
And yeah, that's all you find on the corpses.
Those bracers of defense need to be attuned?
It's a +2. They didn't even attuned, I'm pretty sure.
Gotcha.
Let me double check. Pretty sure they do. Yeah, and you have the cloak and you have the dagger at your disposal as well, and the gun, if you don't want to take time to inspect them during the short rest. Okay. So, while he's doing that, you guys go off to the cave?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm gonna look for traps the entire way there.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna ride
this-
my broom there so I don't get any damage walking on the glass.
Okay. Who is Kynan staying behind with you guys?
I can keep him and help. He can help me look for the dog.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Does he make one too?
He is, yeah.
30.
It takes you the better part of 30 minutes or so, but the needle in the haystack was not as hard to search as you thought, and you find it wedged between two branches back in its, hard onyx form, unscathed seemingly from the explosion.
Just scratch him behind his ear. Say sorry. Maybe we'll do more next time.
All right. You guys, you're gonna check for traps as you go? Yeah. All right, go ahead and roll an investigation check.
18.
Okay. Making your way through, there don't appear to be any traps in your way, and as you wind through the path, and there is a walked path following the tracks of the people who had set up the ambush for you, and heading towards the mountain where kind of pointed earlier, you do eventually, and also watching your sister above, and you can see the entrance to this. There is a large kind of volcanic mouth cavern at the bottom of the mountain before it meets the edge of the jungle. You get to it, and it's about 40 feet by 20 feet initially, and it quickly funnels down. All the rock in here, by the way, is very dark, broken, porous volcanic texture. It looks like this mountain at one point in time may have been volcanically active, or at least may still be, and there isn't a sign of any recent activity. There's no smoke. There is a heavy sulfurous smell as you get close and actually begin to enter the front of the cave. Do you guys continue forward into the cavern?
Is it dark in there, or
Yeah, there's no light.
There's no light.
And you guys can still see up to a certain distance okay without light, so...
Could I?
I'll check for traps again. I'll pull out the flame tongue dagger to get a little more light.
A little bit of that torchlight from the flame.
I set fire to the tip of an arrow and shoot it using oracle shot into the cave.
Okay, so go ahead and make an investigation check.
1.
Okay. As you instead are distracted by the flaming side of the arrow, her lobbing it, and suddenly her eyes just glazing over white. It catches you off guard the first time really seeing this happen, and so you aren't even paying attention to the rest of the cavern. You all of a sudden are having an immediate first-person view of the very front of the arrow tip just coasting through darkness, the fire itself kind of crackling around you like you're wreathed in flame. You can hear the flame licking past your ears almost as you pass through the wind of this still tunnel air. Eventually, coming down, you can see the tunnel condenses and then turns sharply right, and you scatter against the rock, fall to the side. We'll see where it lands, actually. Okay. You hit the ground, and ahead you can see a little light that the tunnel splits into two, but there is what looks to be... There's detail to the walls that doesn't look natural. Like there is some idea of construction here. There is structure. Someone has refined elements of the interior of this tunnel. That's the best you can make out with just the arrow's placement.
You alright?
That's cool. It's a fucking tunnel. There's maybe something in there. I don't know what we're doing. I don't know what purpose it serves.
I'm so sorry. I walk in.
Okay. As you guys continue following the path that the arrow did, the tunnel kind of winds back and forth a bit. It pinches and then curves quickly to the right, and where you find the arrow kind of still lying there.
Stealth, please.
Roll stealth check.
Can I check for anything that looks out of place, any danger or anything? Traps, if you will.
Okay, make an investigation check while you're stealth.
25.
Terrible investigation. 11.
Seems safe.
It seems so safe.
Are you stealthing as well?
Sure.
Roll stealth.
20.
Okay. The two of you pushing forward, the cavern divides to the right and left eventually. To the right is what you got the glimpse at. To the left, it just continues the same kind of porous rock, and it's like a volcanic tube that has just general erosion built to the floor. That's a little less wide compared to the walls, which are kind of spherical in shape.
So on the right, it's more natural, and on the
cylindrical.
left, it's more altered.
Other way.
Other way. So one is natural, one is touched.
To the right, where the tunnel curves off, you can see what appear to be smooth over walls, where it's been just either ground down. They're not perfectly flat, but there has been some effort putting in making it more of a smooth wall structure. That same kind of burnt sulfur smell is stronger the deeper into the mountain you go, but not to the point where it's forcing you to cough. But it is kind of, you do feel a little bit of burning in the lungs just from proximity.
Are there tracks at all in the cave?
There are a few footfalls that you see going through the dust very hastily. They're jogging paced footfalls. And even just from some of the tracking you've done previously in the day, some of these footfalls are of the people that you encountered earlier, including Ripley.
I feel like they've already been in here and she took what she found.
Let's be sure. I'll take point. I start walking down the altered.
Okay.
Following the path that we see her footsteps in.
Okay. And carefully stepping forward for the next 10 minutes or so, it goes from a slightly curved and bunched rock formation into a singular long tunnel that's been pushed into the mountain itself. And it abruptly comes to an end. In here, the soft kind of ashy dust that once formed the floor has been given way to crunching of thousands and thousands of tiny bone shards. And you see before you what appears to be a cluster of hundreds of skulls that are built up into one altar-like platform. Everything here is burnt, and there are many elements of this look like a large fiery event transpired in here that destroyed much of what once was a more structured interior. And this altar, while it remains in place, it looks like it suffered severe damage at some point in the past. The skulls and rocks that are there, most of them are broken, cracked, and thrown against the walls.
Does this look old?
This looks very old. It looks like this place hasn't been touched in a very long time.
Anything that looks like a teleportation circle or anything?
Investigation check.
Natural one.
I got 18. No, I got a
It's just gonna get filled up.
20.
You don't find anything that resembles a teleportation circle. What you do find is in the altar, it appears that there was a compartment that has since been opened up that is left vacuous and empty. It appears to have been recently disturbed.
This is what Ripley took. This is where she found the scroll.
And once you get looking at the little bit of ashy soot that was on the outside of the scroll, you do get the sense that that was probably what was taken from this altar.
Right. So right. So a gate, right? A gate. Is this gate like a real gate? Not a real gate. Gate 5E. The whole like take someone from another dimension. Is that a thing? It is. Okay. I'm rapping. Oh no! I turned too much and unplugged my headphones. Damn it. Okay. Right. So, right. You conjure a portal, linking an unoccupied space to a precise location on a different plane of existence. On a different plane? I actually didn't realize it had to be a different plane specifically. So it's like, okay. Deities and planar rulers can prevent portals created by the spell from opening in their presence or anywhere in their domains. Right, for sure. You gain no special power. So, okay. The siphons are not raw. Right? The siphons aren't raw. The siphons aren't raw. So, and the gate spell, there was a compartment that had a spell scroll with the gate spell on it. It's a compartment. It's a part of the altar. it seems as though, I would say, seems as though the spell scroll itself may have been a sort of material component for whatever ritual was conducted at this site. Right? It seems as though. Or was it a backup scroll? No, I think it was. I think it was a backup scroll. I think it's like you keep a pile of coal, you keep a pile of wood next to the fire. The fire's not using the wood currently, but you keep it close by for the next time you need to use it in the fire. The siphon is the fire, and the gate scroll is the wood. in this case. Maybe. Because like there's no reason that you need this big altar if you're just doing a gate. But either way, maybe the altar allows you to potentially bypass this prescription. Possibly, potentially. It's possible that like the siphon altars essentially allow you to do a gate spell, an improved gate spell. It allows you to focus the energy. Although the siphons were said to connect to the same point on the same plane, but also they're homebrew. So they could maybe they use the energies, the essences of a gate to do something similar but slightly different. And either way, when we get to talking about Thordak, right? My whole theory regarding Thordak and the Glint Shore, that Thordak is this sort of, I'm sorry, I can't look at you guys right now, is this sort of immortal enemy that keeps being brought back to the material plane from wherever he is. That's a very explainable use for a gate spell. If Thordak is in the elemental plane of fire, you throw out a gate, you pull him over to your side. Makes a lot of sense as to why the Glint Shore might be a sort of volcanic island in the same way that it seems like Iman is becoming. It seems like Thordak is turning Iman into something very similar to the Glint Shore. It feels incomplete. It feels like I'm missing something. It feels like I'm missing something. Not with that size restriction to the gate. Obviously, 5 to 20 feet. We saw the portal that Thordak came through at the Pyra. We saw it. It couldn't have been a normal gate, but with a siphon. I think that's the thing. This is a receptacle altar. This is a receptacle. This is not the sending altar. This is the receptacle altar. Right? Because, right, okay, siphon. Let's look at a siphon. Follow with me. Where the fuck is the siphon? I know I have an explicit article for siphons. Nope, I don't. What? Yes, I do. There it is. Used as a means of transferring extremely powerful raw magical powers. Several of these were placed strategically throughout the world's crust at these various nexus points as a means of creating extremely powerful relics, like some of the vestiges. But most are inert or lost. Siphons guaranteed have 2 points that are connected by the siphon. Unclear if these points need to be on the same plane or not. NPCs theorize that whatever is put in is crushed and separated into its purest components. I think that could be it. I think that the situation is there's Whitestone, there's the Whitestone ziggurat, right? Oh, how pretty, how beautiful. So much residuum at the Whitestone ziggy-ah. Hey, nah. I don't know how to draw a ziggurat, dude. What do you want from me? So we have the Whitestone ziggurat with the Vecna temple at the top. Whoa, black orb. Ooh, oh, super scary. And then it... Okay. We're back. Okay. So, there's the Vecna temple on top of the ziggurat. This is the Mother Bird temple. This is the Mother Bird. It takes the stuff. It goes, it slurps it all up, and it chews it, and it breaks it down into its material base essence. And then it goes bleh, into the Baby Bird temple, which is the other side of the siphon, right? So this one goes and excretes all of the energy from this one. So this one, it all goes in. It's like a black hole, and this is like a white hole, and it goes over to there. This is the much smaller. It doesn't have to be a whole ziggurat because it's just a receptacle. That's what you guys don't understand. It's just a receptacle. So it doesn't have to be as big. It can just be made of a few silly skulls. You know, who cares? Just a few silly skulls. Because it's like it's like the adamantine forge in Baldur's Gate 3. You have the big motherbird siphon over here that sucks it all in, and then it goes blah, 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 onto the gate scroll that's on the other side. So now we have the gate scroll over here, and all of the, because it's already 9th level, you can't get bigger than 9th level unless you can. You can get to 9.5 level. We're talking a 9.5. We're talking 9 plus. So this takes, oh my God, I was trying to do that on OBS. This takes the 9th level. You insert a bunch of, I don't know, virgins, innocents, whatever. You throw bullshit that you don't need anymore into the motherbird end. It goes blah, 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 and then you say, oh, this is a 9th level. JK upgraded. Now we're 9th level plus. Because the spells do go higher in D&D lore. 9th is just the most you can learn, like, you know, by progressing normally. But spells go higher than 9th level. So this might be the method. This reminds me of Netheril lore. Exactly. This is the method for ascending beyond the gate of 9th level. The gate? This is the method for getting the fucking thing up. So this isn't just a gate anymore. It turns it into a gate plus, a gatet, if you will. This is now a gatet, which has a bigger opening, no longer 5 to 20 feet. It's now fucking 20 to 100 maybe. And now deities and other planar rulers can't prevent it anymore. Because we've chucked all the trash in on the other side. It's an infusion. It's an infusion altar. So you stick the thing into the slot, it gets infused with all the energy, and then you go blah, afterward, which is why Raishan had to infiltrate the Pyra ahead of time. If she hadn't infiltrated the Pyra, dude, we might find out, or we might have found out, or we might find out if I go back and watch the Pyra episode, that there was a ziggurat-esque structure. There was an altar where the gate ended up being summoned. It just was hiding in plain sight. Because Raishan had to go there ahead of time. She had to build the receptacle. She had to build the baby bird altar that the Briarwoods could chuck in all their trash and infuse the gate scroll. And then once the gate scroll is infused, she reads it and she goes, you know, fucking poop. She boops it. Now the question becomes, what was Ripley trying to do? Summon Orthax? Potentially. She could have been. Maybe infuse one of their weapons? To make a more powerful version, potentially. Interesting. Because that would make sense with how we've heard siphons described. they were used as a means of creating extremely powerful relics like some of the vestiges. They took a thing and upgraded it. Gay plus. 5e's upcasting would be a decent, if boring, method of allowing higher than 9th level spells just upcast existing spells. I mean, yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying, is the siphon allows you to essentially upcast gate for, or whatever you put in, for larger, like, permanent benefits. Yeah. Gatettes are upping their subscription prices every year. Gate plus. It's so true. Rayshawn booping Vecna sounds adorable. You guys going boop? Yeah. Now, it does beg the question. It could also be not necessarily disconnected, but it could just be that the Briarwoods had a totally separate plan from Raishan, that it was coincidental, potentially. It also could be that the siphon allows you to target something that's like already in process. So like it could potentially like keep a gate going, because gate only goes for up to 1 minute. That's also possible. But it's used to create these permanent effects. And so who's to say it couldn't upgrade a spell in the way that we're kind of seeing with gate? And that this is where Thordak came back. If we get evidence of, let me go back. What's today? 12:04. How long ago? Actually, why am I going to this? I'm going to go to the Thordak. If we get evidence, if they somehow fucking carbon date this room, and this room, 15 years? 15 years, that's not that long. I feel like we would need evidence that this room was volcanically active 50 years ago. Potentially over 400. Maybe this is where he came back the first time when he went to go attack Marquette. Maybe this isn't where he came back before Viscan. I wonder if we go to Viscan. It's an island in the south of the Lucidian Ocean. I wonder if we go there, we find another volcano. I wonder if we find another volcano with another one of these receptacle altars. And so the Glint Shore is where he popped out before he eventually made his play for Ank'Harel in 400 years ago when Jamon/Devosa first repelled him. And then if we went to the Lucidian Ocean, if we went to Viscan, we would find another formerly volcanic island, maybe actively volcanic at the moment, because he popped out so recently. That would be interesting. That would tell us some shit. Interesting. Once you finish Z1, you should have a live stream looking back at all your notes to see what you got right and wrong. I absolutely will. I think over the break, I'm traveling, so I'm not going to be able to like record or live. I might do like a vertical live, like on my phone or something, just for fun. But I'm not going to be able to do, the whole fitted and kitted stream. I think over the break, I'm going to work on putting a lot of my notes into the World Anvil. So that people can like more easily like look at them and access them. I think that'd be really fun. And then I could like potentially create timelines and things like that. So when we come back in the new year, we might have a way for you guys to look at all of my notes in much more detail, which would be very fun. Is this the last episode before you go on break? Maybe. It'll depend. It'll depend on how long this stream goes. So we'll see. Interesting, though. We're going to see the rest. I want to see the rest of what Matt says, because I wanted to go through all that. But I feel so unbelievably confident that this is the receptacle site of one of the siphons. I feel unbelievably confident about that. Now, what exactly it's meant to do, how the gate scroll works into that, that's I'm not as confident about. I'm not as confident because we know right now most are inert or lost. It's possible that this used to be a receptacle site of a siphon, but now it is inert. So we're gonna see. I want to see what Matt says. Ooh, yeah. The theory review will be his shortest live stream ever. Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. It's either this or episode 70. Yes, correct. It'll either be this. If we get through all of this episode today, then it'll be the first half of ep 70 on Wednesday. If we stop halfway for this one, then it'll be the second half of 69 on Wednesday. That's it. But I do want to be clear, I am filming some stuff for you guys for the break. It is not CR related. It is related to a different actual play. So that'll be fun. I'm excited. Let's keep going.
Do we even waste our time with the other passage, or do we go back?
Let's go back.
Oh, that's a different tone.
Okay. Eventually, you guys make your way back to the rest of the camp. You've cleaned up Percy to the best of your ability. You've gathered all the materials from all the other corpses around the battlefield. You in kind of return with your onyx dog. What are you gonna do?
You sleep?
I'm super restful, just the most restful sleep.
It's gonna be a great night. Hang out, tell stories about Percy, cry a bunch.
Not yet.
Yeah, you're right. All right. What time is it? How long have we been awake? Should we let the airship know so they don't just keep hovering?
Yes, I'll fly over to them.
We have flares.
Yeah, but they might not understand what it means. I'll just fly over to them and then tell them what they can go.
Oh, we don't. I guess.
Yeah.
Is there anything we need from them or any? They can bring the arm back to Ankarel. Weren't we supposed to bring her arm back to Ankarel?
But there wasn't a time limit on that.
We can nail it.
We'll just hold on to it for now.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'll fly up to the airship.
Okay. And it's a little way south of the island, but it was at the ready, and all of its various arbalist setups are still ready for war. They're basically just waiting for you guys to come and attack. As you come to the edge, you see Captain Damon immediately receptive goes like,
We saw some sort of explosion on the island. Is it everyone all right?
Immediately his expression drops and he kind of steps onto the back of his heels and drops his hands in front of him in a very business type setup. I'm sorry.
We're going to find another way back home. You can take the airship back to Ankarel if you want.
Where are you going?
Somewhere with clerics. I don't know.
Very good. I guess if you need me and my crew, come find Miss Ankarel.
Of course. Thank you.
Safe travels. Crew! And you start shouting out to the rest of everyone on the deck. As you kind of coast off, you hear him shouting in the distance over the wind. We're going home! Whatever that is these days. You hear the flare of the various magical crystals kind of being the vibration increase. They glow a brighter blue as the ship turns around. And
Oh shit, I go back.
Do you leave your purse?
Yeah, oh my wallet. No, but I do. I go back up and I say to Captain Damon, are you willing to join a fight?
explain.
Those dragons destroyed our home. We could use an airship in the fight against them.
We're outfitted to take down relatively dangerous prey, but
We'll be fighting alone.
I mean no offense here, and the honorable goal is fantastic, but I also have a crew to feed.
Of course. There's a lot of gold there. A lot of riches.
Perception. All right, persuasion roll.
I've been rolling so well tonight, so...
This is the one.
20?
We'll go over the details later, but I'm happy to help. Convincing them takes some coin, but where would you like us to go?
Should I?
Yeah. We're not there.
Do you know where Whitestone is?
Not been there, but I can figure it out.
It's in the mountains.
He kind of looks over, and you can see Tira, who is the halfling, the rotted teeth, comes up and goes,
I know that's by the Alabaster Sierras. I can get us there.
I'm trusting you with that location.
She bows her head and backs away, uncomfortable with the tension of the situation. She goes, we'll meet you in Weston.
Thank you.
Safe travels.
You as well.
The ship continues making its way southward, turning around slowly to start turning more northeast direction. You guys watch as you see the ship go overhead from the island and heading in the opposite direction of Ankarel. And eventually, Vex makes her way back to your location on the island.
How'd it go with Damon?
We're getting married. It's wonderful.
I knew it. I knew it.
They're heading to Whitestone.
What? We're
Is it
not
bad
supposed to
that
tell anybody about
I know,
Whitestone?
I
Didn't
know.
we have, like, some blood pact? Don't ever say the word Whitestone?
We did.
Also, isn't it invisible?
It is.
Great. All right, well, maybe they'll find it anyway.
Shall we?
Can I do the thing, Scan Man?
Sure. I'll house it up.
Okay. As you go ahead and summon the Scanlan's magnificent mansion, you all come to a familiar space, spectral servants waiting to wait on you, but the somber atmosphere still remains. You find your way to your respective rooms, and if there's anything you'd like to do before the evening's rest, now's the time to speak up.
Hey, just an idea. Everybody remembers when they were kids putting blankets out in the living room and sleeping. I don't really want to go back to my room. You want to camp out in the den together?
We can make a blanket fort.
Sounds good.
Didn't you ever have blanket forts, Grog?
I didn't have blankets.
We'll show you how it's done.
But
Where do we put Percival?
Well,
with us?
yeah. We're still a team.
That's a little weird, you guys.
Well, we're not gonna let him sleep alone. We'll put him on a table,
Just put him on the table.
and we'll all sleep around him on the floor.
This
It's
is
super weird.
I'll reach into the bag of holding, and I take out one of the 10 expensive-ass bottles of wine. I take out 2 of them. I decork 2. I hand one to Vex and one to Keyleth. I say it'll be a hard night, but you both have to sleep. Drink this, and we will attempt to remedy this when we wake. The best thing you can do for your friend now is to sleep. So do that. Save your tears for later.
Keyleth also pulls a Vex.
Right.
And I take out the dagger. And I hand it to Vex. To Vex. Sorry.
No, thank you. You already said it. It's mine. It's mine.
Got it right. Is it a dagger?
I take one of the blankets and I cover up Percy.
You take that, cover him up, and put him currently to rest on the ground. Kynan is still kind of by the door.
Come here. Come here. 2 things. One, there's blue people all over the place in here. Don't pay them any mind.
Yeah.
And stay in the room, but give us a little bit of space.
Of course.
Hey. We'll work it out. Have faith.
Yes, baby.
Go back to the room.
And we sleep.
I druid craft little fireflies above us. Make it all pretty to sleep to.
You guys take an evening's rest from the mansion. You recover half of your hit die that you've, like wherever your maximum hit die is, you recover half of that for the evening's rest. Your full hit points and your spells are returned to you.
What? Yeah.
We're normal again.
Thank you.
Well, that's debatable.
Or pretty much level 15, so you would get back 8 of your hit dice that you spent.
This.
Morning comes.
What's the plan?
Well, we're recovered. How'd you guys sleep? Everyone sleep okay? Not great.
Can we trace drive, Keyleth? Can we go?
Yes, let's go.
As you guys make your way to the front door, you see Kynan kind of leaning against the wall of the front, against his knees kind of pushed to his chest, and he hasn't slept. He has big bags under his eyes, just staring at the floor.
Kynan, is it? Do me a favor, sulk around this group a little bit later, otherwise I might kill you right now. So fall in line and pick your chin up.
He's not reacting.
I'll give him some water.
He acknowledges as you place it down. He doesn't drink any of it.
Max. Get up. We're leaving.
Are we bringing him with us?
Yes.
He stands up slowly and kind of just follows you like a ghost right now. What's the plan?
Gotta find a tree.
Go to tree. Go to Sentry.
Found a tree.
And where are we going?
Whitestone.
Whitestone.
Okay.
Closest, biggest, fattest tree.
Okay. It doesn't take you long. You've seen a few that'll work in your initial travel into the jungle here. You find one thick jungle tree that's probably 35 feet up, slightly curving at the top. One of the few living trees in this forest, and it's a nice wide solid trunk, so it's perfect for you to do this. As you all gather around, making sure you have everything you need, Keyleth, you reach out, touch, and mark the space where the doorway is to open. As you finish the casting of your spell, the bark of this kind of striated palm tree type structure falls away into the entrance. And on the other side, you can see that brief, kind of hazy glimmer of a cloud-covered day of Whitestone. You all quickly rush through one after another. Portal closes behind as you all stand now leaping outside of the sun tree in the center of the main town square in Whitestone. It is getting close to... It's just now the sun is setting. It's later in the afternoon, evening. Yeah. So.
Do we see anyone around? We get Pike. We go to Pike.
Yeah. Pike immediately.
All right. There still is that faint shimmer on the sky above you.
I have Percy over my shoulders.
Your shoulders. As you guys arrive, a number of people who live in Whitestone.
Like around your neck, like now?
Not like Yoda or anything.
No, fireman carry.
Okay.
As you guys begin walking away from the sun tree, you can see a bunch of townsfolk and some guards begin to walk up to greet you.
Taliesin just comes back as dead Percy, fucking weakened at Percy's, except it's also 3 dead Percys in a trench coat. Just riding on top of Grog's shoulders with sunglasses and a big trench coat. They're like 10 feet tall, 11 feet tall. Ooh, and it's Grog playing him the whole time, but he has his own stat block. Oh my god. How does he do it? How does he know that Talison's next character is zombie Percy constantly riding on Grog's shoulders?
And you return. Immediately, the energy is felt and everyone kind of steps away and gives you space. As you'll begin to see the limp body of Percival being held over Grog's shoulder.
Someone should get Cassandra.
Immediately. Tell them we're coming. To prepare quarters.
Right away. And the guard rushes off up towards the Castle Whitestone. You guys walking towards the Castle Whitestone as well?
That's where Pike is, right?
The temple. Is she building a temple here?
There's a temple being built here, yes.
In the castle, or?
No, the temple would be within the city itself.
And that's where she was last.
Last you saw her.
Can we try the earrings? Does Pike have her earring on?
Yeah, she's
Pike?
got her earrings, right?
Pike, can you hear us?
Pike, you who have been suffering a very sleepless night, feeling some amorphous heartbreak that you haven't been able to define yet, that has prevented you from closing eyes without spells of sudden anxiety and sadness, hear the voice come peeking through, and the immediacy of Vex's tone is both comforting and immediately confirming a terrible fright that you've had lingering at the back of your mind.
Vex?
Where are you, darling?
I'm in the temple. Where are you? No, something's wrong.
We're coming to find you.
Okay.
It's very simple.
You guys beeline there, and the temple is still under construction, and construction's been slow due to the scenario that currently exists on Taldore. Many folks instead are putting a lot of energy toward defenses and training in case anything bad happens in Whitestone. There are a few worshippers that have converted to Serenray and are helping, but Pike is still the central place of what is a basic stone structure that is slowly being outfitted. So as you approach, it's pretty much a hovel, but is making its way. But as you approach, you can see the front door open, and there Pike's form long kind of silver and gold-colored evening wear. Just her hair kind of tousled around her face, the little bit of wind that's blowing through, causing it to kind of tumble against one chin. She looks out to the rest of you with sadness across her eyes.
I knew something was wrong. Where is he?
We bring him inside?
You all make your way into this room, and there are two other people that are kind of helping around. They're general townsfolk. They're not heavy into any specific use aside from cleaning and helping construct. But they go ahead and they bring a large table out, and you guys set Percy on top of it.
Mike, can you do something? Can you help him?
There's also something that I haven't mentioned, really. The whole, like, tree growing out of Ripley's body is, I'll say it, a little random. Like, a little bit like, a tree? Weird. That was a Fenthros thing? Strange. Did I kind of forgot that they used Fenthros in it. That would be curious as I would be curious as to whether or not that was an existing property of Fenthros. Either way, even if it is, it kind of almost goes even more to what I'm gonna say of like, that is a very random ability. That's a very random ability to make the tree grow out, except that it, functions with Keyleth's tree stride, right? That is like, otherwise I don't want to say there's no reason for that ability, but it's a functionally useless ability if you don't consider it comboing with Keyleth's tree stride. Shouldn't powerful weapons be straight? No, this isn't. Sorry. To be clear, this isn't a critique necessarily. This is a observation that Matt is being purposeful, right? Because this is a ability that is essentially useless unless you consider it with Keyleth and tree stride. Like, you guys are really focusing really hard on, like, the in-fiction, whatever, like, shouldn't magical artifacts be strange? Like, I think that that's all fine, but I think more realistically to, like, when Matt is looking at designing Fenthros, I don't think this is a case of him thinking about what makes sense. Because, like, Mythcarver doesn't have anything like that. I don't even need to go through all of them. None of the other weapons have anything like that. Where they have, like, a random quasi-useless ribbon feature. And I don't think that Fenthros is a quasi-useless ribbon feature. This is a feature that is very specifically targeted. Again, the Fey Realm Bow. Sure, whatever. Like, we can justify it however we want. It is not in line with how Matt has been designing the vestiges, right? This isn't like, oh yeah, all the vestiges have like a weird like ability that is reminiscent of their construction. They all have very concrete, useful abilities that, yes, also, pay homage to their origins, but none of them have anything like the tree growth if you look at it in a vacuum. I feel fairly confident in saying that the tree growth is there specifically to combo with tree stride. It is specifically there because Keyleth is there. And that's good to me. That's like a good, like, purposeful, thought-provoking thing. And as you all are proving, it also makes in-fiction sense. Like, Matt did not contrive a feature that makes absolutely no sense just to combo with Keyleth's abilities. he thought about something that also would make sense. And, you know, but it's also I think, very specifically targeted at Keyleth. How do you know they don't? You haven't seen them all, nor their cards? How do I say it? A ribbon feature would have come up by now. I feel relatively. Look, maybe I'm speculating. Y'all are fighting this weirdly hard. I think it's maybe to do with the fact that, like, it implies that Matt is contriving features for out-of-game meta reasons, and that is, like, maybe seen as an insult. I don't know, but to me, if you can put away the, like, trying to justify it in fiction frantically, this is, I would claim, fairly obviously targeted. If it's like, you know, maybe the other ones do. If they do, we haven't seen them. Like, I guess maybe some of them might, but they have not ever come up. So, you know, we could play what if games all day long, but based on what we've seen, that's not the case. So yeah, I don't know. It's I think, and again, this is all a compliment. I think that it is nice that Matt worked in a ribbon feature, or a thing that looks like a ribbon feature that is actually a productive feature for Keyleth. With what I currently know and have seen. Yeah. Strange. I will leave it there. I will leave it there. Because, and if I'm trying to do better at not getting down the rabbit hole. If anyone disagrees, feel free to leave a comment, because I'm doing better at moving on.
I'm gonna try.
We're here with you, Pike.
Whatever we can do to help. We just knew we couldn't do this without you.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Resurrection on her.
Resurrection? What does that do? It just brings it back?
Does Resurrection just bring him back?
Yeah, there are two spells at your disposal. There's Resurrection, which is a 7th level spell. It costs a diamond worth 1,000 gold, which its spell consumes.
I have it.
Or there is Raise Dead, which is a 5th level spell, which consumes a diamond worth 500 gold pieces, but the target has to be dead no longer than 10 days.
Okay, so we could do that. What does Resurrection do?
Same thing, but the person could have been dead for up to a century.
Is there a better chance with Resurrection?
It doesn't change the... I would say, being a 7th level spell, I would give a very faint modifier, depending.
I don't know, Vex, we could save 500 gold.
I bring out the best diamond I have.
Okay.
I got a whole 40-pound bag of gems.
You do.
Oh, what was that, Ash?
With Raise Dead, is there... what is my question? How whole does he come back?
Whole. With both spells, he comes back whole. If it works.
Well, we could save a little money.
No, Pike.
Oh, how grief does strange things to people.
Or we could buy him a better tombstone if we had the extra money.
God. His glasses are broken. We could fix his glasses.
Yeah.
All right.
This is Percival Frederickstein von Musel Kowalski Derolo III. He needs a large-ass diamond. Pull out the biggest one you
I've
got.
got $1,000 diamond.
Rolling
It's
it out.
actually listed in my items. 1,000 gold diamond.
All right.
Let's do it. He's a Derolo. He deserves the best.
Okay. Pike, you begin to set the stage for the ritual. You begin to pull out the sage. You begin to this temple, as simple as it is, but simple is the nature of Sarenrae, one who does not have much worshipping influence in this world, and you know that she requires just enough, and the faith is stronger than the presentation. But you pull out the best you can, all the offerings that are necessary. You scroll out the various divine runic symbols that represent healing, that represent connection to one's divine entity, that represent stalwartness and strength of heart, that represent love and family, everything you can think of that really binds this ritual to the moment. And as you guys are kind of sitting around to prepare, you begin the incantation of the ritual. The first stage allows you to reach out and make contact with the spirit wherever it is. After 5 minutes of searching, you have no way of locating the spirit. Currently, something is blocking it.
Is it Orthox?
Like, you know it's out there. You can sense that there is an essence of Percival, but it's like it's blurred and there's something blocking it, and you can't. The ritual's unable to reach out.
How do I find out what it is?
Is there a way to find out what it is that's blocking it?
You may have to.
Can I
You have to think about it.
insight check or can I?
Religion?
Can I,
It's Orthax. It's Orthax.
Yeah, I pull out Ripley's gun.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Ripley's gun. And I hand it to Pike while she's still in her ritual and see if that has any effect.
Okay. As Keyleth hands you the gun, that strange blockage becomes crystalline. What was once a dark spot that was just preventing you from clarifying your vision is now a clear patch of shadow. Having seen this once before, Orthax is indeed blocking the ritual and is currently hungrily feasting on the soul of Percival.
In the gun? What?
How do we draw it out?
Do we try and destroy the gun again? Do we do this again?
What if we carve his name back onto the barrel? What if we...
What if we use that scroll to go to him now?
We can pull him
Go to
out.
Percy?
We can
Go to
pull.
Orthax.
We can pull Orthax through the gate.
Or kill him on his home turf and kill him for
killed?
real?
He's a
not a
shadow
thing.
fiend. He's a shadow fiend. Does that mean we have to kill him on his own turf?
Do we know? Would we know?
Do we know?
I would say, Pike, go ahead and make a religion check, and go ahead and make an intelligence check. Yeah.
Can I make a religion check?
Actually, yes, you can as well.
Check. Check.
Check.
21.
Ooh, that's good. That's good.
11.
Okay. 15. Holding this, the essence of Orthax, a shadow demon like this, Orthax was not destroyed and sent back to his plane. Orthax cannot be sent back to his plane when it's bound to whatever its crux is. Whatever object that Orthax has used as its focus holds it in this plane, and it cannot be destroyed on this plane while it's attached to that object. So the gun right now is essentially the anchor that Orthax is using.
So we need to destroy the gun.
Destroy the gun.
Destroy the gun or find a way to break the connection.
Didn't you detach Craven Edge from me? Didn't you say...
That felt like something I need to copy in. Because there were some specific words there. I mean, all of that makes sense. It slightly disproves my, Let's see. Can we pull Orthax through the gate? Religion check. Holding this. Orthax was not destroyed. Orthax cannot be sent back to its plane. Yeah. So that's sort of, I originally thought that possibly these were like different versions of an off-planar deity. These were like little seeds of them. But it seems like he's just hopping. You know, he's hopping to this vestige, or not this vestige. He's hopping to this item, that item, whatever. And he called it a crux. A crux. I don't think I've ever heard that word before. Crux? Let me search it. Crux. Nope. One result today. Nothing. Interesting. I don't think that like actually tells us anything from previous, but it feels like it might be important going forward. This is also interesting of how much Matt is or isn't giving them. Like that level of you'll just have to think about it is, it's tough. It's a move. And I think in this case it's justified, but it's a risky, like, you know, I'm not going to tell you shit. I think what I might say to my players, because in this case, Matt said you might have to think about it more, and then they did. And then they, tried some stuff. I think if my players continued to struggle to potentially not quite get there, get where they needed to go, I might have said, maybe you'll have to ask more questions. You'll have to ask more specific questions. I think that's the direction I would go. If my players are running into a wall and I tell them something to the extent of, you'll have to think about it more, and they continue to struggle, they continue to spin their wheels, then I would go with ask more specific questions. Because I don't think it's, especially in this sort of potentially time-constrained situation, I wouldn't want them to just hit a wall and give up. But there's also something to be said for them struggling and overcoming that, kind of mental investigation and mental puzzle. So it's tough. It's a balancing act. I think in this case, Matt continued to stand by the challenge, like the level of challenge that he had set there. And they did progress. Like they got to where they needed to go. But I think if they had continued to spin their wheels and not really know where exactly to go, I would have told them ask more specific questions or go more specific with it, and I can give you some feedback. Now that feedback may or may not be useful depending on the question, but try to get them more zoomed in. Like a Horcrux, crux means heart, cross. I'm writing it down because, it could always mean something outside of it, but it could also, a siphon is, that is evocative of what is going on, but that is also a very specific, named proper noun thing within Exandria is a siphon. And a crux could be very similar. It could be very specifically something that a demon latches onto within this world. And maybe we'll find out later that Thordak has a crux. And so it's now that they've learned this with Orthax, then later when they hear Thordak refer to a crux or they hear someone refer to the crux of Thordak, they'll know what to do because they've been primed and they've learned with this experience with Orthax. Potentially. We'll see. Which actually, in retrospect, that kind of sounds like what the Heartstone was meant to be. Like what they were using it as. They called it a soul anchor. And in this, Matt literally uses the word anchor, I believe. Holding this, the essence of or that's going to be sent by whatever his crux is, whatever object, focus is destroyed. The gun right now is essentially the anchor that Orthax is using. And Allura calls the Heartstone a soul anchor originally for Thordak. So it sounds like potentially these sorts of dimensional anchors are an established thing across Matt's, I guess, cosmology. But they might have different names, soul anchor, crux. It also might depend on if it is voluntary versus involuntary, because Thordax's was involuntary, right? They trapped him there with this. But maybe a crux is a soul anchor that is more voluntary, or it's just a name. It's just a comparative, noun. Also very true. Yeah. OMG, where'd you buy that lovely T necklace? It's a cross. Very confidence in their investigation checks because of how they destroyed the person's gun the first time to get rid of Orthax. Possibly, yeah. You do sometimes have to tell your players that the moon-shaped piece fits in the moon-shaped hole. Yeah, it depends, and I think that's kind of what I'm thinking about here is how quickly do you go down that path? And I think that Matt had good restraint here of, I think Amanda's right. You know, he had that level of confidence. And then if that confidence had turned out to be misplaced, potentially, then you tell them, hey, go more specific. Yeah. It does bring to mind religious imagery, and since we're dealing with a literal demon, also fair, yeah. Yeah. Interesting.
Ever a thread?
Nah.
Didn't that happen?
Yeah.
Can you do that? Can you do that?
Yeah.
Also, did they? I actually don't remember that happening. I remember that Percy, with his like Orthax scars, were contesting Craven Edge, and then they threw Craven Edge. I guess they threw Craven Edge into a different plane. That's probably how they severed it, is that they threw Craven Edge into a different plane. The only problem with that is that Percy's attached to Animus at this point. Percy's currently in Animus, so if they throw it into a different plane, they're probably not going to sever the connection between Orthax and Percy.
It's like math.
Oh, Greater Restoration. That's
that, right?
true.
How'd you do that, Pikey?
How'd you do that, Pike?
I'm trying to remember.
I don't even remember when it happened to me.
Well, you were dead, weren't you?
This is
No
true.
excuse.
This is also a time where, if I'm the DM, this happened very recently. This situation. Obviously, it did not happen recently for us or for them. But for the characters, this was a very recent event. I would claim that Pike would absolutely remember what she did. If you want to claim that maybe she doesn't remember because she's very distressed right now, you know, she's very, very distressed. It's a stressful situation. I would at least allow her I would be proactive with a history check or an intelligence check to remember it. In fiction, it was like less than 3 weeks ago. Less than a month, at least, yeah. So even if you want to say, you know, she's stressed out, she may not remember it, at least give her a proactive check as the DM. But more realistically, I think she would just remember. And I would be proactive with that as the DM. But to that end, we've also talked about how Matt really instills in his players, take notes, remember things yourselves as the players. This is not something that's coming out of nowhere for him. So while I would do it differently, there is also something to be said for he has trained his players to expect this. He has absolutely trained his players to think, to be aware of the fact that if they, the players, do not remember it, then their characters might not either, depending on the circumstance. So, on one hand, I wouldn't do it that way, but on the other hand, he has absolutely primed them, and they are absolutely aware that this is the tone at the table, you know?
Wasn't it like a something evil spell?
Can we throw the gun into the
Banish, is there
yeah, like
the little hole under Whitestone Castle?
There's also still acid here.
Yeah. What if we brought the gun
there's
in front
acid
of in front of the circle? It cancels out the magic of it.
like throw it in the circle?
Or just bring it there.
But is it like an arcane magic like that?
I don't know, but we could try.
There is acid here. We can just do the same exact thing. And just,
Just repeat history, Scanlan.
How?
Pike, do you
I think it was Greater Restoration.
I don't know.
That was right. That's what severed it.
You want to try Greater Restoration spell? Is that what you're saying?
On what?
On the gun.
Can you do that to an object?
Yeah, that's what you did for.
Okay.
Because there was a she could see a thread that was connecting us.
Sure.
Okay.
What are you doing, Pike?
I mean, to the gun? Is that even going to make any sense?
Pike, I can try Greater Restoration if you want to save your healing magic.
Yeah.
Do you want me to try
Team
it?
up.
I mean, in case this doesn't work,
I'll try and recreate what Pike did to Grog.
Okay, so you
Grog and
so you take Animus from her, the pepper box, and even holding it, there's like this dark weight to it. It feels like it's lead and coal in your hands. As you concentrate, channeling the divine druidic energies that you currently are focusing into it, your vision comes to a similar dark, shadowy mass that Pike had seen during the attempt at the resurrection ritual. You can see there is indeed a connection. There is a tangible gateway between this weapon and Orthax, the shadow demon, and there, enveloped in the darkness, you can just sense in your heart of hearts that's where Percy lies. As you begin to focus on Greater Restoration, you begin to feel the nature of the curse that binds him to it. And you reach out in this space. And you guys watch as Keyleth just reaches out into the air of nothing. But within your sight and your vision, you can see that thread and you grasp it. And as you hold it with your fingers, you feel it fight. And in turn, you watch as Keyleth's hand bolts around with nothing in her grasp. And you hear the voice whisper, "No, no, I finally have him. I finally..." And with that, you snap with your fist. The shadow screams and vanishes. And there, you see a brief glimmer of light. The remaining spirit of Percival as it drifts off into the astral sea.
I scream, "Percy!"
The spell finishes. The gun itself, you guys see a flash of shadow around it.
Pike, go!
All the names on the side vanish as well. The barrels are now clean.
Pike, do it!
Can I continue working on the resurrection spell.
Okay. As you go back into this ritual, that blockage is gone now, and you can see clear the somewhat tattered around the edges, but whole and existing soul of Percival, and the ritual makes connection. And with that coldness becomes a warmth and a familiarity as you reach out and implore the spirit to take your attention and come back. Now, who wants to aid in this resurrection ritual? Who has something to offer as part of this skill challenge?
I would like to inspire her, at least. Is that something that will help?
Inspiring whoever wants to be part of the ritual, yeah. So yeah, you can go ahead and inspire
whoever's gonna
Can I reach forward and look in Percy's coat for that white stone, that condensed white stone that he carries?
Sure, go ahead and make an investigation check.
Hey, Vex, will you look for that raven skull that I gave him while you're at it?
Sure. 25.
25. You start rummaging through his coat and you find his gun retort. You find a bunch of random bullet casings and bullets. You find a cluster of papers and notes that are folded up in a small book, and what appears to be a partially sealed letter with no name on it.
Nothing else?
You eventually find some of the white stone glass, the green glass that you guys had kind of flashed around in Ankarel.
Does he have the raven skull on him that I gave him?
The raven skull is still on him, yeah. He hangs on his neck, yeah.
Okay.
What is that?
It's, he says it's supposed to amplify magic, right?
I think.
So I put it on his chest.
All right. What do you want to offer to the skill challenge for this event? Something that you as an individual bring to this and bring to the connection to Percy to try and...
I say, Percy, I don't know if you can hear me, but that day in Singhorn was one of the best moments of my life. And not because of what you think. It wasn't because of my father or the title. It was because of Whitestone. It was because of you. You allowed me to be a part of the thing that you hold dearest. And I was so proud. But I don't want to be here if you're not. Whitestone still needs you, darling. I still need you here. And I lean down and I kiss him. And I say, I should have told you. It's yours.
Persuasion roll.
Natural 20!
I trust you.
Okay.
Okay. Who else wants to add something to this ritual?
Would I inspire Pike or Percy or...
Who, if you want to inspire Pike, Pike could attempt to bring something to the ritual and then could use your inspiration die on top of what her check is.
I see.
Yeah.
I see. All right. I'll inspire Pike then. I assume she's going to bring something to the ritual, right? I assume?
Okay.
So how do you inspire?
I inspire her the only way I know how, which is being an ass. So I'll inspire her with a shitty limerick.
Oh, no.
I know a gunman with a white coiffer who acted evil and had a bad cougher. He learned that someone had possessed his big gun, so I threw that shit in the lava.
All right, so you have a D12 inspiration die, Pike. What do you want to try and bring to the ritual on top of your casting the spell to draw him back? What skill? What type of What do you want to bring to the ritual?
I just... I don't know. I mean, just the love that we have for him. I don't know. This is so stressful.
I know. You being the pious woman you are, you have, what you've used in the past, religion has been optional. Your connection with Sarah and Ray, this is important. There are other skills you can think of that you'd want to bring to this as well, that you're good at, that would fit the circumstance. You can try anything. How well it fits will depend on how high the difficulty class is, so.
Right. I mean, I think clearly I would hope that Sarah and Ray would come in and step in and help in this.
Can you sing? Can you sing, Pike, like you did for that little boy? Has he joined you then?
I could.
Didn't you have that thing that brings your god to help once a day or something?
Divine intervention or something?
Divine intervention.
I don't know. Can I use that along with?
Oh man, the ads are indeed incoming. Man. I feel like I have a lot to offer when it comes to the stream and the analysis. Emotional depth is not one of them. This is a delightful scene. This is great. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot to say about it. What's up? Hello, everybody. Can confirm. I still don't have much to say about it. It's other than, it's a great piece of acting. I can also, I think I said at certain points of like, oh, is the person Percy? But I didn't see it, but also I'm not great at picking up on that sort of stuff. I also don't think about it much. I also didn't I'm also not there, at the table. It's very, very possible that they did more stuff over the table. But I also understand that people might have picked up on it that aren't me. I thought you were in disbelief, man. Episode 63, you did correctly guess that Vex's line was for Percy. I figured that it was someone that we knew. I just didn't know. Yeah, I don't know. I just hadn't seen. I feel like a lot of Vex, to a degree at least, has happened either very subtly above the table or possibly pre-stream. Whereas a lot of the other characters, their emotional development and such, broadly, has been on screen. Like, I feel like even though Grog's has been subtle, I don't know, maybe I just identified with it more. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's also partially that, I talked about this with romantic subplots, not my jam. But it's obviously a jam for many other people. So I don't have much to add to it, but it's cool. Yeah. I believe we talked about Vex's character was very concealment, difficult to discuss her as a character. Yeah. And I'm sure that if I went and re-watched, already knowing it, I would probably pick up on it more. But not knowing it ahead of time and not being someone that really looks for that sort of thing, I didn't pick up on it at all. Yeah. You mentioned the possibility of Vex and Percy very early, back when I was a VOD frog, but only briefly. You seem to have immediately forgotten. It's funny. I think it was probably, if I had to guess, it was probably someone asking me like who I ship. Because I kind of remember someone asking me that pretty early on of like, oh, like, who else do you ship in Vox Machina? Like, after I think I talked about like Ashley and Scanlan, or Pike and Scanlan. And I was like, I don't know, maybe these two. Yeah, you've theorized it several times. Yeah, I just never. I also think that in general, if someone directly asked me, I thought about it, but it's just not something that comes to my brain very often. Yeah. You also thought it was unlikely. That's fair. Yeah. Oh, is Percy gonna come back, though? That is the question. I said it in the notes. I do think it's possible that Percy might not be willing, which will be that will be heartbreaking. The romance stuff, I can obviously pick up on how that is, affecting to people that aren't me. But if Percy, if after all of this, Percy isn't willing, he just wants to go to the beyond, that will be heartbreaking to me. Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see.
Okay.
I'll let you, yeah.
Okay, well,
Okay.
heck yes.
All right. Roll a d10. Let me know what you roll. First.
Okay.
What'd you roll?
I rolled a 3.
Okay. Sarenrae is with you, but the intervention, the divine gate that separates the gods from the prime material plane still stands, and she's lending what energy she can in this moment. Imploring to her in the connection you do have through the divine gate, I want you to go ahead and make a religion check. Roll a d20 and add your religion modifier.
Come on. 18?
Okay. Do you want to add your d12 inspiration from Scanlan?
Yes. That's 10.
It's a 28.
10, so what did I say?
28.
So 28.
All right, gotcha. All right, one final skill challenge check to make. Who wishes to add to this?
It is either you.
You are very close to me.
I grabbed the skull from around his neck and I gave him. I say, Percy, we had many conversations about life and death. And in many ways, you were my total opposite. But you were also my best friend. And even though I told you that day that I gave you this, that we're all gonna die and that you can still be saved from yourself, it was clear the journey was far from over, and it still isn't. And then I'm going to cast Conjure Within Beings, and I'm going to have a barrage of crows come from around me. And I'm going to tell him, as much as you might think, your journey is not over. Just because yours might be, ours isn't. And we need you. And I need you.
Okay. Hit his head and shoot out the wings and lend them to Percival like the crow he is. Like a cloak.
I'm going to say between the two of you on that, I need you to make a charisma ability check.
Oh.
With advantage because of Vax helping you. This is a challenge for you because persuasion's already been used. You as your point of leadership and strength of character, you're piercing through the veil and through the ritual to appeal to him as a person to another through sheer force of charismatic persuasion.
Come on, King, we're with
advantage.
Oh,
Adding your charisma.
Here. Use the gold die. 19.
19. You feel, Pike, the ritual begin to culminate. The divine energies lent to you by Sarenrae fill your form, and you...
Oh, man. Yeah, I can go speed 1. It's so tough because there's kind of two sides to Matt's, resurrection mechanics of, on one end, it is encouraging of these, very emotional speeches and passion and a lot of, how do I say it? A lot of thought. But at the same time, it is tying it to the mechanics, and especially like penalizing repeats, it's just a tough choice. It's a tough choice because, and I think that Jonathan is kind of putting it well of like, the best kind of dramatics are going to lean into that charisma area. It's like the most interesting version of this is going to lean into that dramatic charisma aspect, which makes it tough for Keyleth, who has a low charisma. And you can even see a little bit of a twinge of frustration there from Marisha of like, man, like, I just tried to like do something cool, like a cool speech, and tying it to charisma is, I don't know, it's hard. It kind of implicitly pushes them towards something that might be less cool just because their stats might allow or not allow for it. I don't know. They already overshot the 2 previous tests. They can afford not too much leniency. To a degree, but like at the end of the day, it's down to a D20 test. Like, you know, them overshooting these other ones, it all just modifies the final DC. And with the nature of the D20, you want to get it as low as possible. And so, I don't know. It's just very tough. It's very tough because that ruling right there kind of says like, hey, you need to think about your stats more than your relationship. Because she's just like playing the narrative. She's playing the fictional relationship between those characters, and that ruling of you're gonna go into this, you know, charisma check is pushing her towards think about the mechanics first and the relationships second, which I think is in tension with the whole point of this resurrection mechanic, right? The whole point of this is to get those personalized relationship type moments within this, you know, this very sensitive area. I don't know the exact right way to cut the line, but I don't know. Yeah. If I do a thing like this, I let the players choose, and then their speech just has to vaguely match that check. I think that's fair. Yeah. Which I predict will spark off a Blades comparison. I mean, it doesn't not. It doesn't not. But, you know, this entire mechanic is kind of Blades coded. Yeah. Yeah, it's very interesting. I don't think it devalues the speech, though. No. It doesn't devalue. It doesn't devalue the speech in the narrative, but by tying it to charisma, something that she is low in, it then the next time they have to do this, she may not go for the cooler speech. She might go for something that Keyleth has a stronger stat in. I think that's the problem. It's that tension that I think it kind of exacerbates, unfortunately. Persuasion with wisdom? Sure. Yeah, persuasion with wisdom? Sure. Yeah. Technically an optional rule, but a great place for it. I mean, we're in optional territory already, so yeah, why not? Why not? Yeah. And the mechanics of the game, the low charisma helps facilitate the journey of Keyleth becoming a better leader, but being a druid disincentivizer her for going for charisma stat increases. Yeah, it is. It's definitely, in general, there's a disconnect between the mechanics of the game and theoretical like progression of player abilities and in this sort of situation. And that's something that's always going to exist with D&D, but the ritual, I think, brings it into a big-ass spotlight because the stakes are so high, you know? The stakes are, like, a normal persuasion check, even in a high-stakes situation where, you know, for some reason, Keyleth is the only one that can make the check. It's against a villain. It's against a, you know, whatever. The stakes are high in that, but resurrecting a player character brings the stakes to a whole new level. So I think it brings a tension that already exists within the system. Like, Matt did not create this tension. It's just that this ritual mechanic brings it like right up front and center. And I think that Matt's ruling is reasonable if thinking about, you know, the general way that the game goes. But I think it's a case where you need to kind of flex the a reasonable ruling when the stakes are this high tied to that, you know? It's tough. Her speech is actually my favorite one in this ritual, which might be an unpopular opinion. I mean, me not being an overly romantic person, I vibed with it more because it was about friendship. But That's just me. That's just me. Classic ludonarrative dissonance. Yeah. Classic ludonarrative dissonance. Yeah. It's literally life and death. Literally. Yeah. Official optional rules and a homebrew mechanic. No. Get out of here. Go away. Yeah, it's tough. I can't blame Matt for it. But it's a. And I don't think it's something I would think about as a DM until it happens. Like, I think that I could see myself making the same ruling that Matt made here and then watching the tape and being like, ugh, I don't know about that. Like, this is a classic situation where I can see myself having made the ruling that I don't like and not realizing it until after. Not to say that, maybe Matt stands by it. I don't know. I think that's also reasonable, but interesting. Yeah. It's an interesting kind of moment.
You watch as Pike's physical form now seems to overlap her divine form you've had at a distance. She is just this radiant golden image of herself, the same golden wings flaring up around her. And you watch as Percy's body begins to rise off the table, the arms and legs just limply hanging underneath, the chest rising up. The light from Pike begins to create a small well of divine energy that spirals down into his chest and blasts through him the table. The table itself cracks beneath him, yet he still remains aloft as the energy hits. The energy fades. The ritual completes. The room grows still and cold and dark once more. Pike's divine form disperses into golden feathers that just drift and disappear across the wooden floor. Percy's body slowly lands onto the table. Stillness. Stillness. Breaths begin. Fill his chest once more, unconscious as he is. Life is slowly returning to Percival, as is color. His pale skin, pale as it's ever been, but now slowly stirring.
Pike.
I'm sure that just everyone knows.
Townsend, get your butt in here.
He's so quiet.
Wait.
We should just let him sleep.
Percy.
This is too fucking much, man.
Mike, you're in a temple. Don't curse.
I don't care.
Percy?
Holy moly.
Said he's still unconscious?
Still unconscious.
Oh, well, I cast Lay on Hands and take him out of that right away.
Okay.
20 points.
Percival. Back in your chair.
Get your monkey out!
Oh. But.
I've been watching South Park. I don't know about that.
No Hamlet death for you.
Let me tweet out the photo real fast. It's the same die I've used for every resurrection roll.
Can we take our break?
See if I wouldn't
I'm
come
gonna
back
throw up.
Actually, this would be a great time to go ahead and take a break.
Oh.
So we're gonna go ahead and go take a quick break.
Oh my goodness. Keep listening for a minute. I can do that. It is so tense. I think I love, and honestly, that's one of the reasons that I have thought when there's been resurrections, I've thought so much about the death and the resurrection and the way that it's handled, because I really do love that setup. It is so tense and it brings so much to it. I am, the first time it fails, I'm going to have to see how I feel. I'm going to have to see how he even handles it, because I can, when I'm thinking about doing this at my own table, I can picture myself doing everything up to here, and then it succeeds and I can picture going on from that. But oh boy, can I not imagine how I would handle if it failed. Don't pause. Just say, yeah. We'll keep going. Ooh.
Ashley, you did it.
Ashley!
You have one job, Ashley. One job.
Good job. There was some good rolls, man. And apparently a convincing, because I was literally waiting for a text from Taliesin to let me know, based on how the ritual went, whether or not Percival felt it was enough to bring him back, even when it succeeded.
You guys could have fucked it up so bad.
So we'll be back here in a number of minutes.
Did we say the right thing? Clearly?
I'll tell you when the camera's
Listen,
on.
all I know is that half the audience is going to be furious.
All right, guys, we'll see you here in a few minutes.
How does Loot Crate obtain such exquisite geek and gaming treasures every month? They rely on the best. Every month we...
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair. They've never talked about, the other two, or the others having, a say. I'm sure that they always have a say. It's just that every other time people have died, I would say it hasn't been, frankly, as satisfying. And I think that is like really direct evidence of this probably being the most actually, I won't even say probably. I think of this being the most narratively satisfying death. The fact that they actually brought up the fact that Percy had the final say. Because that is ultimately, that is the question of all of these spells. Is the soul willing? Yeah. That is the ultimate question with a lot of these. Is the soul willing? And I think that that's technically been the case for Ashley, for Vex, for Grog. It's just in all of those other cases, the soul... I think it was like a default assumption that the soul would have been willing. I think that's I don't want to say it's obvious, but all of them had at least the equivalent of unfinished business. And so obviously they would have been willing. This is the first time where it was actually a question. Which I do think lends itself to the idea of it being a more satisfying death. Not to necessarily say the other ones wouldn't have been satisfying. I think the Vex one would have been wholly unsatisfying. I think Grog's was debatable. I think Grog's might have been satisfying. I think there's a chance. This one... I think it would have been. Would have been tough, though. Would have been tough. Would have been tough, yeah. Taliesin himself was not sure. Yeah. And it's so funny. It feels like even the other players knew because none of the other speeches have implored them to come back. Both of the speeches... really were direct persuasions of I think Marisha's was I think both of them actually referenced even if you feel like you're done, we still need you. They both kind of referenced that if Percy's just thinking about himself, this might be a good way for him to go out, especially because if they managed to free him, they clearly killed Ripley. Both of the speeches acknowledged that this might be where Percy would choose to end, and specifically implored him to come and help them. Yeah. Pike's pre-stream death was the only full-on resurrection ritual up to this point. Was it? I mean, I think Vex and Grog were both pretty similar. I mean, they were both revivifies, but I think they used the same mechanics. I could be wrong. Probably my favorite death of the campaign. It's definitely my favorite so far, yeah. Talison's new character would have been? Oh, I mean, hard to say. I think that Percy's campaign 2 character will be the Blood Hunter. Because I know that Blood Hunter exists, broadly within Critical Role, and out of the motherfuckers in this cast, unless they add a new cast member, I cannot imagine any one of the others playing Blood Hunter except for Taliesin. So in my head, Talison's next character will be a Blood Hunter, But I have a feeling that doesn't come around until campaign 2. That's my vibe in my heart of hearts. I don't think he would play Gunslinger campaign 1 and also Bloodhunter campaign 1. If Xanathar's was out, I might think like Arcane Archer, but Xanathar's isn't. I'd assume another Marshal, possibly a Ranger. No, sorry, Vex is already a Ranger. What am I talking about? Maybe a Monk. I can see a Monk, possibly. I could see him doing a Monk. A little bit more chill of a person, of a character. Yeah. Interesting. If Tal decides not to come back, I'll be devastated. Oh my god, I would have been emotionally wrecked. Yeah, into that fight without Grog would have been unsatisfying. Yeah, it's like there's maybe a layer of satisfaction there in that, Grog played with fire and got burned. And like that can be a satisfying conclusion in like a morality, like moral story sort of sense. It definitely would not have been a satisfying conclusion to Grog's arc, but it could theoretically be considered satisfying within the meta narrative of like, yeah, Grog, he got tempted and he succumbed. That happens sometimes. There's a type of satisfaction there, but not nearly as satisfying, I think, as Percy's would have been. Yeah. Oddly enough, Revivify doesn't require permission. Really? Interesting. I guess it's because it's like so recent. That's strange. That's very strange, huh? Interesting. Percy's character, you mean? Percy's character. No, Percy's going to start a TTRPG in universe. Yeah, Percy takes Tal's place. He dyes his hair. Oh, man. How would you feel about them adding a new player? Do you think they would have to drop an existing player before doing that? In C1? In C1, they better fucking not go over 7. I'll say that. They better not go over 7 in C1. That would be ludicrous. In C2, man, oh man, I wouldn't want them to. I think they could. Oh, man. It's only 7 if they have a guest player. That's true. Man, it's like if they rolled up with 8, like if including Ashley, so 7 including Ashley, if they rolled up with an 8th in campaign 2, I would get it. Would I think it's a good idea? No. Obviously not. That's too many. It's too many. It's too many. It's so many. It's so hard to manage. Crazy to consider building reasonably balanced encounters. It would be insane. Do I think they might do it though? I don't know, man. They're already being ludicrous by my standards. They're already rocking up with 7. They started this one with 8. That's insane. Oh, that's insane. So should they do it? No. But will they? Fucking probably. They'll probably roll up with like 12 just to spite me. They'll be like, yeah, we're doubling the party size. You thought 6 was a lot? We're going to roll up with 12 players, 2 DMs. Brennan Lee Mulligan is actually a co-DM in in campaign 2, or Satine Phoenix or something. They've got 2 DMs, double the players. They just say fuck it. How does he do it? How does he do it? Yeah, C3 is 24. They double every time. I don't know, man. I don't know. I already thought that 8 was ludicrous, and they clearly have no inhibitions about that. So I can't even begin to predict it. Ay, ay, ay. Ready to tackle the second half? I think, honestly, there are like 5 factors. And if like, if less than half of them were true, then I might keep going, but it's like 4 out of the 5 are true. It's like, there's a voice, mouth aspect, there's IRL aspects that are long and complicated. The reason I had to cancel Wednesday is kinda still going on. Again, I'm good. Everyone's good. Safe and healthy. It's all fine. It's just a lot of, I can't be on stream while I handle it. So it's just complicated. So yeah, I think that we'll save it for Wednesday, and Wednesday might turn out to be, the second half of 69 and the first half of 70. I could see that happening Wednesday more realistically than I could see full 69 happening today. I'll be more available on Wednesday. Might not, might still be a thing, but I think we're gonna end it here probably. Unfortunately, I wasn't sure if we were going to, but the way that things have kind of gone, I think I have to. Yeah, it's only 4 hours long. Who are you? Where's the read? Oh my God, I know. Don't worry. In the new year, we'll be back to the 8. We'll be back to the 8 in the new year. You could say the in-laws are visiting. What? You think because of this? Nah. The in-laws ain't here. I'm a parent. I would take blame. My God. Lol. No. It's honestly the only reason that that I don't even want to go into it is not because it's even sensitive. It's just that it would take a very long time to explain, and it's not particularly interesting. And if I don't explain the entire thing, it sounds worse than it is. But then if I go through the whole thing, it's like, oh, that's very benign. So it's more of like a just length of time thing. So yeah, we'll play it by ear. Back out of this one, and then first of 70 would be nice, but we'll play it by ear. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that's all. I'm gonna go. Peace out, Girl Scouts. Thank you for joining. Thank you for sitting through all of that wild shit at the beginning. Hopefully Wednesday will be even better. Hopefully I'll have ironed out all the kinks, and it'll just be cool. Also, look forward to some stuff for the winter break. We'll see how much I actually end up getting done. I am way behind on recording compared to where I thought I would be, partially because of all the technical issues. So it's going to be less than I thought, like less content than I thought. But there will guaranteed at least be a little. So I'll see you all later. Good night and goodbye. Have a good one. Peace.